start with a prayer by Miss Chris Iverson, and then I'll lead us in the pledge.
If it's okay with everyone, I'm going to do the prayer at the end. So if you want to sit down, you can. I've got a minute or two of presentation. Thank you for inviting me to do the invocation. I'm here on behalf of Sharon Youngs, our pastor at the Presbyterian Church, and she asked me to come tell you a little bit about my experience with Ukraine. All four of my grandparents emigrated from the Ukraine between about 1912 and 1915. They were 18 years old, never got back to see any of their parents or relatives. They were told that the streets of the United States were paved with gold, literally. And the reasons why they came, hard to know. My great-grandparents were peasants. The highest education was one of my grandmothers who went through the fourth grade. Could have been they saw oppression. They could have seen the First World War coming. They had a little bit of land. There wasn't enough land to divide among the sons and daughters. And the story my grandmother told me was that they had a loaf of bread for a meal, and if she got the heel of the loaf of bread, she was satisfied. That was the only time she was satisfied with the amount of food that they had. And I have 4 cousins who are still in the Ukraine. They were in Kiev until a short while ago. One of them has gone to Prague. 3 of them are in Lviv. Got a text from one of them, which was a little video, and it showed from her apartment window the explosion at the airport as a video. As of tonight, all 4 of them are okay. We don't know how long they'll stay in Lviv. And I told them I was coming here tonight. I said, what would you like me to tell people? And they said, pray for us, pray for peace, and don't forget us. That was her comment. All of us are immigrants in one form or another. I just happen to be 2 generations out, but everyone sitting here had someone who did what my grandparents did, wanted a better life for their kids, their grandkids, and the people who followed them. So that is very important to me, and they taught me, grandparents especially, how sacred democracy and freedom and the right to vote are. I've told that ever since I was little, and how important education is, because none of them had an education. My dad never graduated from high school. He was drafted into World War II. And I think I'm a geologist. I had my daughter as a climate scientist at the lab, and I would think my generation, her generation, if my grandparents had stayed in Ukraine, we would probably not have had the opportunities that we have had. My grandmother, when she came here, watched Meet the Press and every news program, Walter Cronkite, anything she could hear and read about, things that she couldn't have had as a child. And so I found out how important that was. I looked up, you've probably heard the Ukrainian national anthem sung in Ukrainian over the last couple of weeks, and I looked it up in English, and there were two of the lines that I wonder if we as Americans, when we listen to our national anthem, would feel the same way. And one is, the glory and freedom of Ukraine has not yet perished. Will not spare either our souls or our bodies to get freedom. And I wonder if we feel that way as well. So as my prayer, I want us to know that democracy is a gift and a privilege. And as we convene tonight, we ask that we will discuss with honesty, dignity, and a passion for our democracy and our sacred right to vote. In your holy name, amen.
nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we'll have the appearance of citizens. If there's anyone here that would like to address commission on an item that's not on the agenda, you can come forward and give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Okay, nobody's coming up, so we'll move on to the approval and correction of agendas. We'll start with the consent agenda. We have a motion.
Motion to approve.
A motion by Commissioner Fritz, seconded by Commissioner McCamey. Any discussion? All those in favor, aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Next, we'll have the regular agenda. Vice Chairman Vowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to add under the mayor's report, item number 9, the community action appointment, Misty Williams.
Community action appointment under Mayor's report. Commissioner Yeager.
I'd like to add at the end, before new business, going into executive session.
Executive session. Commissioner Isbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to add under Law Director's report, please, a resolution of support from Commission for a retail project in Rocky Top.
Okay. Commissioner Denenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under Law Director Report, I would like to add resolution number 2203921. Resolution honoring the citizens of Ukraine and their relentless and unyielding perseverance and heroic patriotism.
Thank you. Any other corrections or additions to the agenda? We have a motion to approve. Commissioner McCamey has amended, seconded by Commissioner Smallridge. Any other discussion on the agenda? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, item 5, elections. We have the nominating committee, have Mr. James Newland as the applicant for the beer board, term expiring September of 2024. A motion to approve by Commissioner Yeager, seconded by Commissioner Isbell. Any discussion on the appointment of Mr. Newland? Okay, let's go to the board and vote on this. Motion passes unanimously. Next, 2 applicants for the Board of Zoning Appeals, Mr. David Bellis and Mr. Mark Scove.
Are there 2 openings?
There are 2 openings,
Okay.
yes. Yep. Terms expire September of 2020, or 27. Got a motion by Commissioner McCamey, seconded by Commissioner Yeager to approve. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Bellis.
Condolences.
And Mr. Scott. Next, we'll have the department presentations, the election commission, by election administrator Mark Stevens.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Appreciate the opportunity to come out tonight. I was asked to come and answer any questions that the commission might have regarding any of the upcoming election on May the 3rd or any other election. For some of you, it'll be here before we know it. Our election day is actually 43 days from today. Early voting begins on actually 23 days from today. We will still have our 3 early voting election precincts that we've normally had up in Clinton, Oak Ridge and in Andersonville. We will have 28 Election Day precincts. We're adding one this year in the Brushy Valley area to accommodate the folks there on the Brushy Valley Road up through Sinking Springs and Mountain View and all that area up in that part of the county. If you have any questions for me, feel free to ask.
Where is the one in Brushy Valley? Where is it going to be? What?
It's going to be at the Porch Manor. It's actually, there's an event center out there off of Brushy Valley Road where Bluebird Lane is.
Mr. Chairman? No, you go ahead.
You spoke first.
Question first.
Yeah, I had a question for the elections administrator. Mark, so you're adding one, will there still be two in Claxton?
There will be. We'll also be at Claxton, at the Claxton precinct, at Claxton Elementary, and then at the Bull Run precinct, we're going to have that at Edgemore Baptist.
Okay. So when will you let people know we're moving it from?
We're in the process of mailing out cards, actually starting this week, and they should be getting their cards in any day now.
So the people that vote typically at, it's the Bull Run, right?
Bull Run,
Are now going to be voting at
Edgemore Baptist, yes.
And did the board think that through very well? I mean, I guess my question is, having someone that has a relative running for office at that church, I mean, great people, don't get me wrong, but it's kind of concerning to me that you would set it up that way, and it seems like you would look at, I mean, that's I always thought we separated church from state when we voted and stuff like that, and I mean, I don't know, maybe you have, and this is your opportunity to talk about it. It doesn't make any sense to me to have it there, but,
Okay.
it took a long time for our community to get used to having it at the Optimist Club, and now you've moved it on over to the church, and you didn't really give any notice, and in the time, you just said 43 days, I mean, you got to put out new print work, I guess. You're going to have to put stuff in the paper to educate everybody, and so everybody in my district now has to go to Edgemore Baptist, and when they show up to go vote at the old precinct, they got to figure all that out. I can help with that. I'll put a sign out there at the Optimist Club and say it's at the Edgemore Baptist, but these knee-jerk reactions, in my opinion, aren't thought through very well, and it just concerns me, Mr. Chairman, so I look forward to the response.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was not a knee-jerk reaction. This is something that we have been looking at. After every election, we look at every precinct. It's a situation where we take and tweak the things that need to be tweaked, and if something needs to be addressed, we address it. For the longest time, that particular precinct was probably deficient in handicap accessibility, parking, etc. So we were looking for a better location, which Edgemore Baptist checks all the boxes. It has plenty of parking, plenty of handicap parking, very accessible, lots of room. I can't, it's probably go from one of our weakest precincts to probably one of our strongest as far as the location itself. The building itself is really, it satisfies all of our needs as far as that goes, and I'm sure the Bull Run precinct will be pleased with what we've done.
Well, I guess my problem is the Bull Run precinct don't have any say-so in that. It's just, you just make the move. That's the problem I have, and I buy all the stuff you said about ADA. I agree with that. There's some ADA issues at the Optimist Club. It's, being in the voting side of it a few times myself, the word I got from the people in the Bull Run precinct, and I'm sure Commissioner Fritz can echo the same thing, was absolutely love the Bull Run voting precinct because people could get in and get out. And I'm sure it'll be just as fast at Edgemore Baptist. But, Mr. Chairman, I guess it just, how does decisions like this happen, 40 days before an election? And we get the same answer every time. Well, it don't cost anything extra to make these changes. I disagree with that. There's going to be some cost to make this change. And here's what's even more concerning for me as a person running for office again. I read my little blue packages that handed to me. I'm sure those that are running for office have read them too. And what you'll see in there is a list of precincts. What you don't see in there is a list for Edgemore Baptist. You know, it's the list you give us. How long have you known about moving it to Edgemore Baptist? Just last week?
At the last election commission meeting, it was approved.
So when was that?
Probably the March meeting.
That
Well, actually,
probably,
it'd
or you don't know? I
It'd been
mean,
the February meeting.
February meeting.
Yeah.
I think it was the March meeting.
Okay. I think it was the February.
Are you the elections administrator?
I am the election administrator, yes.
Do you know what meeting it was? Tell the people at home so they know. You don't know what meeting it is. You're trying to just make it up as you fly. That's the part I don't like.
Okay, Mr. Wandell, you can attack me, that's fine.
It's
You
not
can-
attacking you, it's
would you
asking the
call it?
election administrator, when was the vote made to move it to a new precinct so the people in my district and Commissioner Fritz's district know where they're going to vote?
Okay.
And I guess your answer is going to be, well, it was in February or March. Okay, I'll buy that. Who cares, right? That's the way you're telling me. Doesn't really matter when you made the decision. I'm not allowed to ask that question. I'll move on from that. When will you notify the people besides tonight? In what form will you notify them that there's a new precinct?
We will notify them in several different ways. We will mail them a new card. We will have put a letter in there with their card saying that their precinct has been moved. We will take out paper or ads in the newspaper letting them know that.
All at no cost.
No, it'll be a cost. By law, we're mandatorily required to send out new cards to everybody's precinct that has been changed. That's something that we will have to do to everybody that's moved, whether it's redistricting or actually from a change in precinct.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to move on because, yes, I am getting a little frustrated. And it's frustrating to me that we can move a voting precinct and not notify anybody. And it's voting to me, I can't understand how you give out a package to people running for an office and say, here's the voting precincts. And then one of them changes 43 days or 50 days before the vote. And now we're hearing that it is going to be a cost. I suppose they talked about that in the meeting, how they're going to cover the cost. Did they?
Absolutely, they're aware of that, yes.
And how much is the new cost?
That I don't know. I can't answer that
You talked
question.
about it, but you don't know the cost. Man, this just keeps getting better. Maybe I'm the only idiot, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to shut up. Yes, I'm mad. I'm mad that we're moving a precinct. Myself and Commissioner Fritz didn't have any say-so in it. I'm mad that the Election Commission didn't come say to us whether we're running or not, we're going to move the precinct. It took those people a long time to figure out Claxton. Now they're going to have to go to Edgemore Baptist. And I hope we don't lose anybody that might not want to go vote in the church. There are some people like that. You know, I just don't understand it, Mark. I mean, I mean, if I was to spend your money out of your elections commission without your approval, you'd be furious. I know you. But I don't do that. I try to support you. But this one, it just don't make no sense, man. Why would we want to endure more cost when the Optimist Club's right there?
Well, again, I answered that question, the fact that we're going from one of our worst precincts to one of our best precincts. We have a situation where we have very little space, we have very little parking, we have very little accessibility, okay? You can talk about that. We're moving from one of our best precincts to from our worst precincts to one of our best precincts. Edgemore Baptist satisfies everything that we need as far as a voting precinct. And you're right, there may be people that don't want to vote in a church. I don't think that's the case. I think if you look in our root in our history of voting, they were in churches from early on when we were developed as a country. Okay, those were the places in the communities were churches and schools. Okay, that's exactly what we're doing, is we're putting it in a precinct or in a location that a precinct that will fit all the Claxton needs. We're talking about 3/4 of a mile, if that. Okay, it's very close. It's not, it's very well marked as far as where it's located. I don't think it's a problem. It won't be a problem.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion. I do not think the Claxton precinct is the worst precinct to vote at.
Excuse me, the Bull Run. Let me
Bull
clarify that.
Bull Run, I don't think it's the worst. As I said, your own people that work for your office have done nothing but brag and brag about it, and the people that vote there brag and brag about it, because how easy it is to get in and out, because you circle in and you circle out. You don't even have to go by the politicians. They loved it. So we'll just move on with that. Mr. Chairman, I know we don't have any say-so in this matter, because it's obvious it's moving on, but I'm going to make a motion that we leave the precinct at Bull Run at the Optimist Club of Claxton at no charge, no cost, and that is my motion. Whether we're allowed to do it or not, that's my motion.
A motion and a second. Commissioner Denenberg?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaking further as to what, Commissioner Wandell was saying, if I remember correctly, the numbers for voting in each of the precincts, Claxton and Bull Run are the two highest, regardless of whether they're, issues that ADA have as far as accessibility and that sort of thing. If I'm not mistaken, that is correct as far as the numbers are concerned. And I do know that there have been groups that have been trying to get precincts changed and have been attending meetings, but to no avail. But the new precinct, which district is it in? For 1 or 3?
District 1,
It is in District 1?
yes.
Okay, thank you. I know I have had calls from people asking me, what is the ballot going to look like? I mean, obviously, one party has a primary, the other party does not have a primary. So is it a situation where the one party is going to be the only ones reflected on the ballot in May?
No, there'll be a primary. The Republicans and Democrats both will have a primary. Just on the one side of the ballot, on the Democratic side, there won't be any candidates on there.
I got you. All right, that answers that question. I appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions at this point. Thank you.
Commissioner Fritz?
Well, first, I don't really have a horse in the race since I'm retiring and won't be even on the ballot, but I do have several comments. One, Bull Run is an excellent place to have a voting precinct because you're right there off the main road, easily to find, everyone knows where it's at. I've heard numerous comments from folks by working the outside when I did run, how easily accessible and how great getting in and out of that place is to vote. I do know when the voting precincts changed the last time, they said the mailers were supposed to be sent out. I never received a notification, and I live in Claxton, and I'm a candidate at that time. We had a lot of people who came to the Claxton precinct, and unfortunately people vote at the very last minute, thinking they were supposed to vote at Claxton, and then had to try to make it, or find out where Bull Run was to get to Bull Run in time to vote, and then that didn't get to vote. So here we got this late in the ball game. I'm just now finding out tonight that the thing is even being changed. So how many voters are going to know where to go to vote in time? I think this, we're off a beaten path. People's going to have to go looking for it. And again, a small group, just like a small group made a decision on putting things into a primary again for the commission. Small groups should not ever have to say on how things go. That should be left up for people who are elected and stand up to the people who elected them. And this, with this having an extra added cost and everything associated with it, that's the reason I support Commissioner Wendell's support, even though I'm not running. I know what the effect it will have on me and all the other voters in District 1.
Commissioner Creasy.
Yeah, and I was unaware that this was going on until recently. I found out from Commissioner Dennenberg, I think last week or this week. But I have an issue or concern. I'm in a dilemma because I support the change as far as accessibility issues are concerned, representing the member of the ADA committee. We have been working to get that precinct in Claxton accessible. We, as you know, wrote a letter to TVA requesting their assistance in doing that. Louise McCown wrote that letter. And so we was working to get it accessible, and I was hoping that was going to come about. I don't know how I can vote for your motion without voting against my own.
I understand. I respect you.
Thank you.
Commissioner McCamey.
Mark, when does the election commission meet again?
They will actually meet, I believe it's the third Thursday of April.
That's incorrect.
Okay.
According to your website, the date was changed from April 21st to April 14th.
That's correct. We had thank you, Ms. Scott. We did have a conflict, and they moved it up a week. Excuse me, Commissioner Scott.
Okay, and you've not notified anybody yet?
We have notified, we're going to be putting a newspaper ad here in the newspaper very soon to put that in there, but as far as specifically, no, cards have not been sent out yet.
Okay. If this were a referral motion to refer it back to the election commission for further discussion, would you still have time after the 14th to mail the cards out and do whatever it is you need to do, should they keep it there?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Good try, Robert.
I'm supporting Commissioner Wandell, sorry. I've gone to the the acelect.com website. There's no agendas on there showing that it was even up for discussion. There are dates on there showing that dates have changed, such as the meeting that I just corrected. As well as early voting will take place from April 13th to April 28th. I think it's pretty shady, so I can't back it. Sorry. That's my opinion. That's right, and I'm sticking with it. So, you know, it's bad. It's really bad when you've got a website full of pictures, full of dates, full of this is where you can go vote, and if you want to pick up a petition, these are your dates, this is how you can contact our office, and you're going to start mailing. You intend to begin mailing things out sometime soon. I'm totally against what you're doing. So I will back the commissioner. Thank you.
Before I go to Commissioner Dennenberg, real quick, I've got just a clarification on the, is it a state or federal election guideline that when you change a precinct, is there a certain amount of time that you have to change it before an election, or can you do that right up to election day, or how does that work?
I don't think there is a guideline as far as that goes. I think it's just a general, practicality as far as mailing the cards out, giving them adequate notice. I still think we have adequate notice. We can get those cards out and get them into the voters', hands as far as that goes. We'll have signage at that location at the old precinct, letting people know that it's basically about 3/4 of a mile from the old location to the new location. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Notification is not going to be a problem. Cost is not an issue here as well. That seems to have been an issue brought up in this. We have to mail these cards out no matter what, okay? We do. That's just how it is. We actually paid a rental fee to the Claxton Community Center for several years with regard to how we used that facility. We won't be doing that at the Baptist Church.
Okay, and the people who were redistricted from the census, they've not been notified yet?
They will be sent out cards at the same time, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
that's mandatory. We have mandated by law to do that.
Okay, Commissioner Denenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Stevens, we do have a change in precinct in Oak Ridge as well, from Oak Ridge City Hall
That's correct.
to the senior center. Have those notifications been sent?
They have not been sent out yet. They will be sent out as well, and we'll have notification there at the City Hall saying that the precinct has been moved.
Thank you. And well, one other thing, Mr. Chairman. This was the change that I had alluded to, that people have been begging and begging and begging and begging and begging to have it at the Scarborough Community Center. And their requests have fallen on deaf ears. So, Mr. Commissioner Wandell, doesn't matter what you go and say, because they're going to do what they want to do anyway. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Mead.
I'll stand corrected by the law director if I'm wrong, but I don't believe the election commission reports to the county commission. I believe it's a state organization.
You're correct, sir.
And I don't believe that this commission has the authority under state law to basically dictate where the precincts will be. That's made in accordance with other regulations and guidance, and is being complied with by our election commission. Now, election commission and I don't agree on everything, but on this one, I think he's done the appropriate thing. I'm not going to say that I necessarily agree with the selection of the precinct in Oak Ridge, okay? I think that the place would have been fine. However, I think it was done legally, it was done under the proper authority, it was done in a timely fashion that there's time for the word to get out. And I think that we would be overstepping the bounds of our legal authority to vote for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mead. Commissioner Wandell.
Yeah, just one point. Mr. Stevens made a comment about there's a cost for the use of the Optimist Club. There was one donation made the first time they used it of $500, which we appreciate. We use those funds for the expenses such as utilities, and we don't have a budget, so things like that, we're appreciative. The fact of the matter is, I sent you an email asking you to consider a donation. And the result of that email is you moving it to a new location. I followed up with Mr. Rainey and Mr. Stevens, Bear, afterwards and told them if it was a problem requesting a donation to the club so we can pay our gas bill, that there'd be no charge, not a problem. But all of this, because of that, doesn't look good to me. Doesn't smell good. In fact, I'll make this comment. I'll make the donation for you if you can't make it, we volunteer our time there. We don't do it to make money. We do it to give back to the community, because I feel like that's what God put us on this earth, is to give back, not take. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not an attorney. I don't really care if we have the legal rights or not with this motion. I mean, it's clear if we send private acts to the state, they don't act on them anyway, so what's it matter? So I'm going to leave my motion in place, and whether they do something with it or not is up to them. It is my genuine wish, and maybe I need to add the word respectfully request in that motion, because I was pretty upset earlier, and I'll make that amendment to the motion, respectfully request the Elections Commission to revisit keeping the location at the Claxton Community Center, is what it is. And I did talk to TVA, and I'm certain TVA would work quickly to get a temporary ADA compliant access because, as my good friend Commissioner Creasy pointed out, it is not ADA compliant, very unsafe for our people. It works, but it's not, we need something better. TVA did indicate that they would help with that if we needed. How fast? I think we can get that done faster than we can putting it in the paper and sending out new cards. Maybe, I don't know. So I just want to be clear, there was one donation, not charges every time. And the last donation was probably well over 10 years ago. It's been one donation. And that's the reason I asked for one on behalf of the club. It's just to kind of help us make our cost. You know. So that's it, Mr. Chairman. I'll promise I won't speak again.
The decision had nothing to do with the donation. That was only just mentioned as far as from a cost standpoint. There was nothing, that was not, that entered into no decision as far as whether we moved it to the new precinct. Okay?
Thank you. Commissioner Smallridge.
Yes, this was a decision made by the Election Commission back in February.
It was a
And I assume-
unanimous decision that they made. They felt like this was in the best decision for the voters of the Bull Run precinct.
So
Yes.
there was considerable discussion
We did
amongst
have
the Election
discussion about
Commission.
that, yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I'm reading here is a 2010 Tennessee Code paragraph. It says, immediately after any alteration of precinct boundaries or change of district, the County Election Commission shall publish the changed boundaries in a newspaper of general circulation in the county. The county election shall mail to each active voter whose polling place notice changed the new information. Furthermore, immediately after the alteration of the boundaries, the County Election Commission shall give written notification of such change to the Office of Local Government. Now, immediately is sooner than what you have in mind, sounds like. So I'm going to support this motion. It's pretty clear.
Commissioner Isabel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the Operations Committee, Mr. Stevens, you said we only got our approval back from the state that Monday. So for everything that we did and we got in timely, it took the state that long to get it back as approved. So all the people in two, well, actually, almost every one of the districts are going to be in.
There were changes in every
changes.
district.
So we've got to get the word out to all of our people. 4 and 5's got a lot of changes. 3 has got a lot of changes, so, yeah, we got to get the word out. Thank you.
If there's no other discussion, let's go to the board and vote.
What's the vote? What are we voting for?
The motion by Commissioner Wandell is to,
We're voting for or against his motion?
he's
Okay.
respectfully asking that the Election Commission does not go forward with changing the precinct, the Bull Run precinct location.
Just a request.
9 yes, 6 no, 1 abstention. Motion passes. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Got another question, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
While we have the Elections Commission here, so questions about signs. If someone's running as an independent, when can they put their signs out?
They can put their signs up anytime. As far as in the county, there's no county, basically, as long as there's not in a right-of-way or there's a threat to public safety, they can put signs anytime.
I was just curious because I know there's a lot of signs out there, and some of us that might be running as independents, we're not going to be on the ballot in the May primary. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And there will be no voting on independents in the early voting for that primary either.
Correct. The first time they will appear on the ballot will be the August 4th election.
So there's no rule to put your sign out. I could put, an independent could put them out now if they wanted to, but it doesn't really make any sense. I guess my concern is it would cause confusion for people if I put a sign out and then not on the ballot, what's going on. So I'm going to try to wait as long as I can to put signs out, not to cause confusion. I guess that was the only question I had. Thank you.
Yes, Yes. Doesn't the city of Oak Ridge have a certain time limit that you can put signs? And maybe the city of Clinton also?
Does too. Mhm.
Yeah.
They do.
Okay.
Once they go up, you can leave them up until after your election is over.
Right.
I think it was at 5 days or something.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move on to committee reports. Got the purchasing report by Finance Director Robbie Holbrook.
Thank you, Chairman Anderson. On the Purchasing Committee report, there were 2 contracts that were both approved by the Law Director, the Bonfire Pay, First American, and the BMC Office Technology for the County Clerk, requesting approval as a group, or I can take individually or explain.
Got a motion by Commissioner Denenberg, seconded by Yeager, to approve as a group.
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. In other business, there was a request the approval of the destruction of 40 Scott air bottles at EMA's request. Approved by Commission Denenberg made the motion to approve and forward to County Commission with recommendation for approval, seconded by Commissioner Yeager.
Motion by Commissioner Yeager, seconded by Commissioner Mead. Approve as, any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
All right, one other item on the purchasing agenda was the request from Mayor Frank for a lease agreement with the City of Clinton for the soccer fields for practice only, was pending Law Director approval, which I don't think Jay has gotten ready yet, the soccer field. But it's the same lease as Anderson County. The schools used to have this lease for the Clinton High School. They played their soccer games there, but now that they have a turf field, the football field's turf, they're using their football field. But now the Clinton City wants to lease these soccer fields under the same lease as, and I think there's a timing issue.
Yeah, this is the only difference is the change in the entity, right? Yes. So we've out, that's approved.
Oh, okay.
It's the same exact
Sorry.
contract, except the entity's changed.
Oh, sorry, Jay. It's approved
No problem.
by the Law Director already, so need approval from this board as well.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. Under the Budget Committee reports, the cash and fund balance report, really quickly, for the general fund, unassigned fund balance is at $7,040,688. Total fund balance, $14,449,777, and cash, $19,370,998. You'll see the cash numbers are up this month. This is the highest, always the highest month for cash. February, we do the most tax collections in February because the taxes are due by February 28th. So you'll see that come down each month from till June 30th. Any questions on the cash and fund balance?
Commissioner Wandell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Robbie, the 116 fund, solid waste sanitation fund,
Yes, sir.
where's the revenues come in for that?
Part of it's the tax levy. They have a small portion on the tax levy and some convenience, the convenience center money for 116?
They get host fees.
Host fees.
We get yes.
Do we get a tip fee at the convenience centers, or is it the tip fee at the landfill? So the landfill tip fees are in these funds?
Yes, the host agency is $430,000 each year, each fiscal year.
Tip fees 50 cents a ton still?
That would be Mr. DeBalka question, I'm not sure.
It's in the same contract. I can look it up.
And-
That sounds about right to me.
And then,
We also have tire disposal, Waste tire disposal brings in 55,000 and disposal fees at 20,000.
Look at there, man.
I'm sorry I missed the question.
Hey,
My name-
thanks for joining, Jeff. Jeff, why don't you introduce yourself so people,
Jeff Trabalka, Solid Waste Director for the county.
thank you, Jeff.
What was the question?
The 116 fund, I was just asking about where revenue comes in at.
Right.
We're showing $834,850 in that fund as cash. I was asking about where revenue comes in, and some of the comments so far have been tipping fees, but obviously we don't get tipping fees at the convenience centers. Those cost us. We get the tipping fees from the landfill itself. Is that correct?
For out-of-county tons.
Out-of-county tons only.
Tonnages that go in, we get $1.40 per ton.
$1.40 tipping
Yes.
fee
Yes,
per ton?
yeah,
Okay. And then you get that report every month?
yes,
And that's provided by
Waste Management.
the one we have the contract with?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I guess my other question was, is there any funds coming in from recycling?
We have a small amount that comes in from paper and cardboard and scrap metal. It's been bouncing back and forth between $6,000 to $10,000 a year.
Okay. And we still have a contract with Waste Rock or
West Rock, yes,
West Rock? Is that bid out any different, or is it every month or every year?
It's
or
every year
When's that come up?
at the end of the fiscal year, June 30th.
When that's bid, does it come to this body, or does it just go through solid waste?
It's been so small lately that we've just been doing it as a PO.
Because the reason I'm asking the questions is I know we're getting a new convenience center in East Wolf Valley there, and
Right.
when that opens up, it's supposed to be for recycling, and I'm just curious of
Right.
what the funds might look like, revenue, and all that kind of good stuff. Isn't it true sometimes we have some recyclables get sent to the landfill?
There may be loads that are contaminated, but generally that one's being glass. I don't know that I've heard of any loads of the mixed recycling, the single stream 1 through 7 plastics, cardboard, paper, et cetera. Not that I'm aware of.
No, thank you, Jeff. You do a good job, and I want to say thank you. And,
Thank you, sir.
I want to start setting in on some of the solid waste and learn a little more. We got a contract coming up with Waste Management for the landfill.
Yeah.
I want to be a part of that. I want to, whether I'm on a board or not, I want people to send me paperwork so I can kind of follow along. Same thing with this recycling stuff.
Gotcha.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions on cash and fund balance?
Just real quick, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I couldn't hit my button at the time. Stuff went black. Where's the, it may be here, and forgive me, where's the ARP funds at?
Fund
There they are,
121.
121, I see them.
Yes, sir.
$7,341,037 in the American Rescue Plan funds. That amount hasn't changed since the last meeting?
We have probably drawn a little interest, but we don't have.
Haven't spent any, is what you're saying. And then we're going to get that again at some point, so it'll bring us up to
There is,
14.9.
I will say, there is one budget amendment on the agenda tonight that is using ARP funds or requesting to use ARP funds.
But we're going to double this, right, this amount?
Yes.
14.9 roughly, is
Next
that?
year.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, in the sales tax report, January, we were down 6% in the county, 4.6 million as the county as a whole. Anderson County's portion, 615,812, was down 10% from last January, but still a good number at 615,000. Any sales tax questions? All right, appropriations from the school department, there were 3, 15, 16, and 17, seeking approval as a group.
Motion by Commissioner Wandell, seconded by Commissioner Denenberg to approve his group.
As a group.
Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Group 3 are transfers from the school department. There was one, number 14, for $1,067,809. Just changing, moving payroll codes around.
Motion by Commissioner Jamison, seconded by Commissioner McCamey. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, Group 4 appropriations, non-school, 18 through 31, 35, 36, and 37. I will point out 26 is the appropriation from Fund 121 ARP funds for $92,000. And we can pull that one out if you'd like and talk about it separately.
Commissioner Fritz.
I don't know whether your microphone's not on, or I'm having a hard time hearing or something, but.
Is it on?
Huh?
Yeah.
Is it, okay, I'll talk more into it, sorry.
Okay.
Group 4 appropriations, 18 through 31, 35, 36, and 37. I was pointing out that number 26 is using ARP funds, and it's for $92,000.
What, I'm looking for it, but what's it for, the 92?
I've got to, let me get to it. It's,
Thank you.
it's a requesting funding for professional engineering services for performance of a comprehensive water sewer utility master plan in order to prioritize expenditures for water and sewer with current county ARPA funding, capitalize on additional funding that will become available through TDEC for a collaborative local planning and implementation. Initial goals are to identify a list of water and sewer projects by data collection and evaluation, reviewing existing wastewater systems, files, and data, and performing initial investigation of the existing water infrastructure, reviewing water system and files, creating a combined system map of Anderson County. This project would better position Anderson County for capturing additional funding from TDEC if we did a project like this.
Commissioner Wandell.
Thank you. Thank you, Robbie. I've found it. Thank you, Commissioner Yeager, for telling me what page it's on. So this comprehensive waste sewer utility master plan, $92,000 to set aside to get that done. I like that idea. My question is this for the entire county?
It would be, yes. It's at counties in all the cities combined, right, Mayor? I'm gonna let the mayor answer these questions for sure, because it was her budget amendment, but I believe so.
It does not incorporate the city of Oak Ridge, but we will be plugging in their, because they're doing the big sewer overhaul, all of their infrastructure overhaul, we'll be plugging that data into this study. But yes, it will cover the whole county, and then prioritize for you all, what are the areas where there are the greatest needs. So when you're making decisions on the initial American Rescue Plan funding, it won't be about sales pitches or anything. You'll have data in front of you. And then also, the county is receiving another $5 million above the $14 million. That $5 million comes through TDEC for water, sewer, stormwater, and then the cities get direct allocation of those funds as well. Then there are additional funds that will be available on a competitive basis, and that's where this collaboration comes in these county master plans. So that is a way to, for us to get ahead of things, show that we're all working together and we're prioritizing and we can come up with ideas. So for instance, I talked to Mayor Gooch in Oak Ridge about on the collaborative, I mean, maybe it's something where we all do, incorporate something like cybersecurity and resiliency in events of emergency, things like that, things that we can all work on together as a county.
So, thank you for the explanation. I guess what I was looking for is, I see it's $92,000. I see that it's for the comprehensive water sewer utility master plan. You mentioned that it would not, at this moment, include Oak Ridge. They have their own thing going. What I'd like to know is this just to set the money aside? Have we already tapped the shoulder of a company to do this, or?
I have a proposal from Cannon and Cannon Engineers. And they're also working with Rocky Top, Norris. I don't know if you saw the news reports on Norris. They're having a large infiltration of stormwater as well. Oliver Springs has had the same issue with their sewer, and so there is a great need to, and that's what Oak Ridge has been doing as well from the city side, with that EPA enforcement years ago. So they're still playing, implementing that plan as well. So yes.
I mean, I'll support this. I'm not here to punch holes in it. I guess, obviously, my question is, where's District 1 in this? Where's the sewer? I mean, I guess I'm seeing set the money aside, but I don't know what that end result is for District 1 in terms of sewer and water.
Well, in that particular area, you have some crossover between ACWA, CUB. That's what they're going to be actually putting on the map. They're going to be working with those folks. They're also going to do some boots on the ground, actual inspection. There are areas, for instance, in the Claxton community where there are unknowns where the lines are. And so I have spoken with some folks at ACWA, and they're even talking about getting their own consultant to kind of go out and do some of the interviews with the folks who were there back when it was first utility district, and hey, where did you put the lines? And we're going to get all of that on paper. One of the things we don't have even in our own planning department is where is water and sewer? And that is one of the deliverables on this particular package, is we're going to have that information.
So District 1 will be in this?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It will be.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Mary. Thank you, Jerry.
Commissioner Izzett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think one of the things, and we talked about this in our ARP funding program, that we had the meeting, is that with approval of this, we don't have to spend all the ARP money that we've already been allotted, because we get to go to TDEC and get more money, just like we was talking about on these water projects. Instead of was looking at $4 million just to one water project, with approval of this, maybe we won't even have to touch that 14.9. So it'll be coming out a different thing. So, thank you.
Commissioner Waddell.
Good addition. Mayor, just a quick question. Isn't this something that Anderson County Water District should be dealing with instead of us? I mean, my only holdup is it seems like internet. Same thing with internet. We pay to put the lines in. Comcast comes in, maintains the lines, and charges our residents a price for it. When they won't put the lines in, same as this, why aren't they dealing with this instead of us?
Well, actually, to my knowledge, all of them are also doing their own work. So this is, these are county deliverables for us to use, and also be the organizer as the grant applicant for the additional competitive funds. So we have to have some type of master document that's not just coming from ACWA saying what ACWA thinks is their top priority, or Norris thinks is their top priority, or Clinton thinks is their top priority. So it's an independent study in that regard. And then it gives us, as the county, the master document for where all the lines are, sewer, water, all of that information.
Okay. Are we going to seek other estimates from other companies instead of just this one that you mentioned?
I can, but, I mean, it's a professional service, and in this regard, I think Cannon & Cannon, in talking with different folks, is a top-tier engineering firm, and this is one of their areas of expertise. So, if you look, for instance, whether it's architects or engineers, we have a wide diversity in portfolio of companies. As mayor, I don't use just one particular firm. I try to tap firms that have different fields of expertise, so you're not seeing the same name come up to county commission. It's good to have lots of people doing the work instead of just going with one particular firm. And in this particular case, I think Cannon & Cannon is the firm.
I understand. It just seems a little bit more transparent when you have a bid process and so on. Thanks.
Any other discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, Group 6 appropriations that affect the general fund unassigned fund balance. There was one from the District Attorney Family Justice Center for $13,928.
Motion by Commissioner Denenberg, seconded by Commissioner Meredith. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Fritz.
How much that's gonna cost on, this is just gonna cover these 2 months. How much is it gonna cost on a yearly basis?
Yes, it will be part of next year's budget. We will assume that director's position.
Cause see, that's gonna be a whole new salary we're gonna be having to add and pay and take care of.
A little more than 62,000.
Commissioner Meredith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Clark shared with me that would be a part of the grant when the next budget cycle comes and there'd be no cost.
There is to answer that question, there is a Family Justice Center grant, but they took the director's salary out of the grant for this upcoming budget season, so it's the reason we're doing this one. And the total cost, I did write that down, it's $83,000 for the year for benefits and everything.
So for next year, the 83 will be covered by the grant?
No, it will be recovered by the county. The grant covers other positions and other.
That's why I was wondering, they keep talking about the great amount of money that we're gonna need to cover salaries for all the different people, how far we are shutting behind. And unless we're gonna be rolling in dough, we're looking at a major tax increase, or because we keep adding and adding and adding and adding and adding. These are good things, but we gotta look at the final thing. Where's all this money gonna come from? So this right here is gonna be another $80-something thousand that we're going to come up with, which is gonna take away from the pot of gold that we have to maybe go towards trying to compensate and get people up in the salary range that the people are really hurting for. We keep hearing how the jailers are far, far, far behind. We can't hire them because they're so understaffed. The EMS are so hurting so very badly. But we don't have that much money, and unless we have a major tax increase, we've got to look at the whole picture. And where's all this money going to keep coming from? I mean, it's good things, but we're going to have to start looking at all the good things and say which is better. So this is my, I mean, I'm not saying this is bad. I'm saying this is good, but, you know, you got to look at the whole picture. And remember that we do have a lot of employees out there that are very underpaid. And we keep losing them like crazy. You keep seeing the thing that the HR department keeps putting out and how much money that's going to cost us. And where's that money going to come from? And so unless 9 people out of this 16 here are going to vote for a big tax increase.
Before we get to Commissioner Scott, do you want to respond to that?
If that's helpful. The way that we are looking at it is, we are providing support services for a lot of the people that you had talked about, EMS and law enforcement. We work with all of our law enforcement agency partners. We have law enforcement on site every day. We feel like the work that we're doing helps support them. We are catching victims sometimes before law enforcement gets there, so I think that a lot of the work we're doing is kind of a support network. And so while I absolutely value all of those positions, and I know that we could not do our job without them, I think that everything else in relation to what we're doing is 100% grant supported and is supposed to continue to be. FJCs are continuing to be added, and they continue to add new positions that they have agreed to be grant funded, continuing on like that ADA position that we just had, a YWCA advocate position that was just added. They're hoping to add a domestic violence officer as well. Those would all be grant funded. My position is the only one that they've asked to be county funded, and I think that's because the Office of Criminal Justice Programs hopes that by funding me, there's more of a buy-in as a whole, as a county, to make sure that the Family Justice Center is supported, not just by the people that we're serving, but the community as a whole, because domestic violence, elder abuse, and sexual assault affects everyone in this room. It's like $55 each year. Each person is paying, from the newborn to the 100-year-old. That's kind of the cost, and so the idea is that by supporting just me as the director, you're supporting all of those partner agencies and the community in your own way, so.
No, don't get me wrong, I'm saying what you do is great.
No, yeah.
I've been paying very close attention to what our HR has been putting out to us.
Yeah.
And that has really been hitting home with how much money this county has been losing on a yearly basis. With the number of people
Name.
that we keep
Names.
losing
Yeah.
and losing and losing. And how we're gonna have to eventually step up to the plate and give these people,
Melissa Miller.
you know,
You need to say it.
For,
My name is Melissa Miller, sorry.
And you are?
The director of the Family Justice Center. Yes.
That's what we was wanting, an
Yes.
introduction.
I'm just a
so-
person who's passionate about family justice centers. No, you're not voting on me. And I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, everything is good. We're just gonna have to get to the point where we're gonna have to start saying, everything is great, okay? Of all the greats, which is greater than the great, you
Yeah.
know? And so,
Thank you.
thank you. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. And Melissa, I appreciate you briefing them. Through some of the things that I do within my community in Oak Ridge, as well as where I work, as well as in the county itself, when you put the words, you know, domestic, elder, and child abuse work, people really need a big picture. They need to understand that elder abuse is not saying, Grandma, shut up. It's stealing her money, stealing her house. It can be a family member pulling it right out of their pocket. It can be a next door neighbor. It can be a caretaker. It just goes on and on. With child abuse, it could be a neglected child, it could be a caged child, it could be a child that's neglected with a food source. I mean, it's such a broad spectrum that it is an important role within the county to back a position such as this so it doesn't continue to happen. And I wholeheartedly support it.
Thank you.
But I would ask that you explain it in terms that someone who has no idea can clearly understand it. And I appreciate what you guys are
No,
doing.
thank you. Well,
Thank you,
thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner McCain.
Robbie, what is the motion that's on the floor?
To approve the budget amendment this year for $13,928.
That's for this year.
That's for this
We're
year.
not getting into next year's budget,
That would put it in next year's budget.
but then it has to be approved by the budget committee,
Yes.
recommended and approved again by the county commission, right? But this is just for the remainder of this year.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Creasy.
Yeah, I just want to thank Mrs. Miller for speaking so well, and I'm sure the people at home wanted to know who this lady was that was speaking so well about the Family Justice Center. So that's why I interrupted, and I apologize for interrupting you, but you did an excellent job of explanation. Thank you.
Commissioner Smallridge.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I concur with what was said here. Could you tell us a little bit about your staff, what's funded by grants and what's not funded by grants?
Everything is funded by grants at this moment. There are some funds that we started a 501c3 because our grant is very specific about what we can purchase. And so everything is 100% grant funded, and the 501c3 takes donations, and those donations go to things that the grant doesn't cover. For example, we sometimes need gas cards for clients, grocery cards for clients. We can't spend grant money on that. We're hoping to purchase our space at some point, so the money goes for that. But everything from every position to our office supplies to the lease for our space, that's grant funded.
And it's likely that would continue in the.
Yes, and it's a grant, so
Yeah.
what I can say is that since they started funding them in 2003, and the Knox County Family Justice Center being the first in Tennessee in 2006, they have continually funded them. So I obviously can't speak on behalf of OCJP, but they have indicated repeatedly that they're going to continue funding them. And the 13 sister agencies that I work with, all of them are grant funded with the exception of the director's position. And sometimes, depending on who oversees their agency, maybe like the navigator position or CCR is funded through a different agency. And I'm talking about like Nashville, where there's a little more money that can be spent on things like this. And since I have you for a minute, I'm just gonna tell you right now, we have stayed incredibly busy. So since this month started, we've had like 32 clients. We have a minimum of 2 a day, seems to be in and out, whether they're, so 30 new, excuse me, but like we'll have others coming in repeating. We have 2 dens. We've been so busy, they've been so full that we added a third. 3 times in the last 2 weeks, all 3 have been full, and I've been pulling people into my office. We're meeting with them in the lobby. So it's definitely a need. We're definitely seeing problems, and in the 2 weeks, we've had multiple strangulations, a shooting, like the kind of things that, this isn't just in order of protection because they're threatening with verbal abuse. I have clients coming in with thumb marks, hand marks, black eyes. I mean, it's a very big problem here. And like I said, in past meetings with you guys, that elder abuse should actually be twice as high as far as numbers go than child abuse and domestic violence. And our numbers for elder abuse are incredibly low. And General Clark has done a really big push to make the county aware, and it's going to continue to make that push. So I think we're just going to get busier and busier. And all I can say is, like, on days we don't have clients, it's very frustrating to us because we know that the problem exists. And so the days when all 3 dens are full, I'm still thinking, well, we're missing some people, where are they? So this is definitely a much needed service. And again, couldn't do it without our partner agencies. We have 25, 10 who are on site Monday through Friday at different times, and everyone else is available on call. And we consider you guys partner agencies, and we are just like incredibly grateful for all the support you've shown us in the past. Not that I'm trying to influence this vote now, but we are really grateful to you. You have always been super supportive, and I just want to thank you for that. And now, do you have any more questions?
Just one last
Okay.
comment. I think the concept of all the services being in your location there, or you can put them in touch with those services if they're not located exactly there. And that coordination, to me, is so important. So, I hope we can support this motion, and then we've got the budget coming up, and we can look at a lot of things, including this.
Thank you. Well, and other than court, everyone meets on site. We've never sent a client off site so far. We usually, the longest time a client's waited for a partner to arrive if they weren't on site is 30 minutes. And what they'll say is, this is the safest place I've ever felt. Like, if I known you had existed 10 years ago, I might have left sooner. I mean, there's a million different reasons why I think this model is successful, but we're just starting to hear about it. But I mean, we had someone come in this week to say, can I just sit and have a cup of coffee in the den if you're not busy? Home feels bad, work feels bad. He'd hospitalized her at her home. He made her go to the hospital in her workplace, and she just said, this is the one place that feels safe. So I really love that someone wants to come just because they feel at ease there. And that's what we're going for, and that seems to be what everyone feels when they visit. So thank you again.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Commissioner Yeager.
Melissa, I need you for one more question. Hopefully one more question. How are people finding you? Whether it's walk-in themselves or referrals from other agencies?
It is, I'd say, at this point, 70% ORPD, but that's because we got in front of every roll call. Sheriff's Department, we get a lot of referrals from. We do a lot of Facebook, Instagram, Google. Today, it really was, the 3 clients were Google, Facebook, ORPD, and then the clerk's office. But right now, I think because we have been, 1, we're in Oak Ridge, and 2, I really get into ORPD often, and those roll calls, I think that was really significant. But with a new ADA and a new DA's office brochure coming out, and the fact that we're going to be doing some trainings, I think we're going to be hitting all agencies, getting in front of every single officer next month. So I think it'll kind of be more of a even spread from law enforcement.
I know you make a lot of presentations. Have you been to both senior centers in the county?
Yes, we were just there last week.
Okay.
No, you're gonna have to tell me to leave, because I'm just gonna wait. Sad.
Any other questions or any other discussion on the motion? Let's go to the board and vote. 15 yes, 1 no, motion passes.
Okay. Group 7 miscellaneous. Section A was the 22-23 budget season. We have started budget season. The Budget Committee asked departments to, the budget guidelines were a no increase budget, and we had 50 or 51 that turned in a no increase, and so the committee was able to approve all of those budgets. Also, Fund 115 and 118, 122, and 127 were approved as well. And Section B were 4 budget amendments that were presented under new business that we've already approved tonight. There is one item that I put on the agenda under additional items not discussed during the Budget Committee from Fund 128 Tourism. The Commission asked her to get a, what was it?
Appraisal.
Yes. And she's asking to transfer the money to pay for that inspection, so I just need approval of that tonight as well.
A motion by Commissioner McCamey, seconded by Commissioner Meredith. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. And as a reminder, Thursday is budget hearings. There's like 6 to 7 agenda items on the budget hearings for the Budget Committee, and anybody else is welcome to come. They start at 4 o'clock in this room. It should be a pretty good meeting, I think. So that'll be Thursday at 4, and then the next week is our regular budget meeting. So we have a lot coming up. Thank you all. Is there any other questions?
I think we got a question. Yeah,
Sure.
Commissioner Fritz.
Okay, the first one is, here it is, we're approaching the end of March. How are we doing with our budget?
Excellent.
Money-wise, compared to our expenditures and everything else.
The last time I looked at that, which was this month, we were, revenue was over expenditures like 250,000, which is really good for, of course, now we have collected, as I said in February, the trustee's office collects a lot of property taxes, so we should be over expenditures right now, but most departments or funds are looking that same way.
Okay, I hope everyone has been reading and paying very, very close attention to the information that the HR has been putting out, and looking at it, and where it talks about, sometimes maybe giving the total raise to everyone in the county compared to looking at where certain groups in the county is hurting, and trying to get people up to try to eliminate the amount of people that are leaving, and trying to keep people here, is going to be very, very costly to get us to where we need to be. We're asking people to submit no tax increase budgets. Even at where we're presently standing, with our present no tax increase budget, we're just $250,000. Well, that'd be gone in no time with any type of raise.
That's not what we have. I mean, with a no increase budget that we did for 101, we have almost $1 million in extra revenue for the general fund budget for 22, 23.
Recurring money.
I was just telling, yes, reoccurring money. I was just giving you what, in the current budget, 21, 22, what revenues were over expenditures currently.
Because for this 1 million, then that's how we've really done it. Get everybody up. I mean, our HR could probably fill us in better. It would take a good portion to give everyone the raise that I know that Commissioner Waddell has talked about that the jailers have needed for years and years and years, because they can't keep people hired up there, how they keep leaving and going. The problems that Sweet has, Nathan has, you know, trying to keep people within EMS. I mean, we do have a major problem trying to keep people in the county. And giving them an extra day off or trying to sweeten things up a little bit here and there is not going to cut it when you can go somewhere down the road and make more money flipping hamburgers than you can working for the county. So that's where I'm saying, you know, we're going to have to really look when we start comparing things. When you got great and the great and great and great, of all the greats, which is greater, which is the best need for the county. And it looks like we're going to have to step up to the plate somewhere along the lines and take care of our employees.
Just one comment. I can't speak for Nathan. He's not here, but EMS seems to have solved their issues with some of the changes we made the last 2 years. They currently have 70 full-time employees, and we're not seeing near as much turnover in their department. So they've turned things around, I believe.
But they're still, compared to other areas, their pay is still not up compared to other areas.
I think their pay's, since he changed the way the shift is, it's doing better. A lot better.
Commissioner Wandale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Robbie, I apologize, I didn't catch those funds. I think you indicated that Fund 115 has already been accepted and approved. I think you were saying that's for...
They turned in a no increase budget, 115, 118 EMS, 122 drug control, and Fund 127 other government special revenue, or Channel 95.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yes. And 116 did as well, but I just haven't had their budget approved yet because they have a shortage, a revenue shortage for their expenditures, so we are going to have to do something there that will be discussed in budget as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Wandale. Any other questions for Robbie? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Got the HR advisory report by HR Director Kim Whitaker.
Good evening. What I wanted to put on the committee for tonight was I think it's page 15 in your packet is the one that you would want to look at. That is the draft of the Board of Trustees meeting minutes for March 1st. That was followed up with an email to commission, I think it was on the 3rd, a few days after the fact. It kind of gave some detail on that, so that's what I'm kind of here tonight to speak about. I want to tie in the changes and the things that are coming into play for the 2022-23 fiscal year benefits and how that relates to the surveys from the employees and the collaboration that it's taken from the Board of Trustees to budget, commission, as well as our CBIZ team, which is our consultants. So there's a couple of things I want to point out specifically. In the survey that the employees asked for was a decrease in copays. One of those specifically was the ER copays. That is also something that Commissioner Fritz asked us to look at last year. So I wanted to let you know that in October of this year, the board did adjust that, and it has been approved for the 2022-23 year, so that it is a lower ER copay for the employees, whether you choose gold or silver plan. Okay. One of the other questions asked was that we have a decrease in premiums, and the board stayed in a over 2-hour meeting last time, having this discussion, trying to determine what that would look like, along with the RCBiz consultants, and the employees will see a decrease in silver premium, and that's anywhere from $25 to $50. It just depends on which tier that you choose, employee only to family. So there is going to be a decrease in that premium as well. The gold plan premium is staying the same. Another request was better additions to the plan, and specifically what we have been asked to look at is on the vision plan. Currently, you can get new frames every 24 months. And if you've ever had to purchase outside of that 24 months, you know how much that's going to cost you. So we went back and looked at it, got our increase on premium on what that would look like to get that added. So the board did approve a 12-month frame, which is costing anywhere, depending on the tier, from $3 and I believe 6 cents to $10 and 60-something cents, 68 cents a year. And again, if you've ever had to get frames, that's very minimal for what those frames are going to cost, because they run anywhere from 120 and up. So that change was made. I think the employees will be very happy about that. Another item was there's no change in vendors. That's something that we look at every year, and there was no change in vendors. And also for our CBIZ team, our consultants, there's been a hold on all premiums, whether the county's paying it or the employee supplemental. So there's no increase on premiums. And in a year that we've seen inflation like we have, that was a huge accomplishment on all ends. So thank you to them. The board also approved a continuance of our on-site health clinic and wellness. And if you read the surveys, you know that the on-site health clinic is the biggest and most prized benefit that the employees have. It is something this board approved several years ago. It has proven to save the county money and the employees. And it is something that whenever I sat down to do an exit interview with folks, this is the thing that they mention that they do not want to leave, is that on-site health clinic. So the board approved the continuance of that, as well as the occupational health that has been approved, and the telehealth. So the way that it works currently and has been approved for the next year, this is available to all part-time and full-time regularly active employees of Anderson County government, as well as the EAP program. It's free. So the telehealth program does full behavioral health, and the medical side does more of acute. It's not a PCP, but it does take care of acute. That is free to all of our employees, which is a huge benefit that you don't hear of anymore. The other is the occupational health. It is limited to half a day on Tuesday, but it was approved for the upcoming year, and it is free to those employees as well as the EAP program. So they're getting a continuance of that too. And I think that's really all I had to report on, other than to see if you all had any questions.
Questions for HR Director? Commissioner Smallridge.
Yeah, Kim, I had a question, and I guess I don't know much about this Anderson County, the insurance board, but what authority do they have? I noticed you mentioned reducing the co-pays, and now how was that decision made, and who makes that decision?
So the Board of Trustees is made up of 5 members, and they set the plan, and it's usually based upon several things, actually. One of them is always financial ability to cover any of those changes. Any additions or takeaways are made based upon what the Fund 263, has available to utilize.
So within the existing funds
Yes.
that you have?
Yes. Correct. And as of now, we still have one more item that is out for bid. That was calculated into what was brought forward to the Board of Trustees, which is the stop loss or reinsurance bid. Once we have that, we'll know for certain, but as of right now, we see no increase on the county side either. So.
Okay. Mayor. Josh.
Oh, go ahead, Mayor. Around at the screen.
Just to kind of help Dr. Smallridge a little bit further too, that Board of Trustees is set up via resolution, so it falls under statutory law and for managing a self-insured plan. So it's the county mayor, then there's a commission representative, and currently the commission representative is Commissioner Meredith. Then the HR has a representative. Currently, that's Tyler Mays with the Sheriff's Department. And then the HR Director herself sits on the board. It's by nature of our positions. It's not the people. And then I'm missing, the Finance Director. The Finance Director is the other member, so that's your 5 Board of Trustees.
I'm still learning every day. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you. Oh,
Thank you all
Mr.
very much.
Fritz.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm still on my soapbox. Before the next, since we're starting the budget process and everything, any of the budget meetings, hearings, or the next budget meeting or anything like that, could you bring us to that, one of those meetings? Like the 3 groups, probably, like the Sheriff's Department, EMS, us, probably the Highway Department, those employees. We had to do salary adjustments. How much would it cost, if it's, say, like 3 groups? Okay, good, great. How much money it would take to, at those 3 different levels. That way, he'd give us, on these committee, what type of money we was looking at if we made those type of salary adjustments.
Okay. So are you wanting it applied to our current comp plan, or are you wanting it applied based upon departments?
Well, this right here, you just talk about how we keep losing employees because we're so down below. And one of the comments made, sometimes they're doing a total salary increase doesn't get us there, because we're still not helping, because people up here, they're competitive, but the folks down here are not. We could probably still maybe do a small thing for everyone, but we may have to do a salary adjustment to bring the folks down here that are hurting up to where they're at a competitive level to everyone else in the surrounding area.
Okay.
And what I was looking at, what would it take to say, okay, level, good level, great level, And,
Okay. So, and I'll also look at it based upon our turnover rate, because by far our detention facility is the highest on turnover rate, but we are seeing that countywide. And like Robbie stated, the EMS, with the changes that had been put in place, has assisted greatly in their turnover rate. So we're seeing a decline there.
At least that'd give us some numbers that we can go ahead and start
Yes.
looking at.
Yes, I can bring those to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take a 10-minute recess before we come back to the Director of Schools report. Is that all right with everyone? we'll have the,
We ain't gonna get home early
Dr.
tonight.
Parrott, Director of Schools, will give his
I said we're
report.
not.
Thank you,
We still got.
Chairman Anderson, for just letting me indulge you just a little bit. As always, this month, our Board of Education, we recognized our teachers in special areas. And that's our art teachers, our music teachers, our PE teachers, our technology teachers, our speech teachers, and our social workers. And just to tell you, over the years, we have art, music, technology, PE, in every one of our schools. In every one of our elementary schools, we have counselors in every one of our elementary schools. We have a nurse in every one of our elementary schools. And then in our middle schools and our high schools, we have a whole lot more. We have band programs. We actually have, in our middle schools, we have CTE programs. So we have a lot of special area teachers that do a fantastic job to build on the foundation of math and science and English and things like that. So just wanted to kind of give a shout out to them. A couple of other things. The Board of Education voted last month to move forward with the project on Claxton. Thanks to Mr. Wandale. TVA, we met with the president of TVA and talked about our vision going forward with Claxton. It was a very good meeting. He's a very nice man, a very knowledgeable man about STEM, and very excited and going to try to work with the University of Tennessee and the Oak Ridge Associated Universities to really make that a centerpiece of that community at Claxton. We do have all 5 lights are up. The safety lights are up and they're working. 2 of them had to do a little work on them because they're solar panels. I take that back. There's 4 up. We still got 1 we're working on. So, but there is a light there. It is working now, but we'll have the new one up pretty soon. ESG projects in full swing. They are having, just like everybody else, they're having problem getting some of the material. But the good thing is, we have a contract with them, so what they have to pay doesn't matter to us. It's what we pay. So we're in good shape on that one. The other thing, we did bid, had the opening bids on Norris. We're met with the architect today. We're going to go back and really look at that bid and not try to cut the project down, but try to see if there's some cost-saving things in there to get it a little closer into our budget. So there was only one person, only one company that bid on it, and we want to have more people get involved in that. So MBI met with Chuck today, and they think there's some cost savings in that by moving some sprinkler where the sprinkler comes into the school and things like that. So we want to see how that goes. Shout out to our Clinton High School boys basketball team. They were undefeated at home this year, went to the state tournament, and really and truly played a hard-fought team down there. That team ended up beating another team in Knoxville and getting all the way to the state game. Greenville beat them, but it was a good run. Coach Lockard, he does I've been around Coach Lockard for the past 30 years, and he does a great job. Those boys, when you think about a hometown team, that group of individuals had been playing together ever since they were in elementary school, and You showed.
it did, to watch them and to the way they passed the ball and the way there was not a selfish bone in any of his body. I mean, they a great team, and I want to thank the community. I was out of town, but I got some pictures sent to me. Thanks to the community for coming out and giving them a send-off and things like that. So that was just amazing. Another thing that really and truly looking at the new funding formula for the schools, one of the things in that is a lot more money for career and technical education this year. I think it'll be almost $1 million for each high school to do some grant funding, and we're looking at hopefully to add more classes to Clinton High School CTE program, which in turn will open up more slots at ACCTC that will help Anderson County High School. So putting some programs at Clinton High School will actually help both campuses. So we're kind of in a holding mode to see if the budget passes, but that's in
the governor put $500 million into one-time money for CTE this year. So with that, we do know we'll be adding a lineman's class at Anderson County Career and Technical Center next year, and another robotics class with maintenance. So always some good things going on at Clinton High School and Anderson County High School. Another big project is the floors out at Anderson County High School. I got to see I guess when they built the school, it had a rubber floor in it, and the rubber floor is still there. So if you want to go by and see it, you can see it. But the new floor is supposed to be installed in the next month, and then we will be looking at installing new bleachers there. And the same thing at Clinton High School, new bleachers at Clinton High School. I'll take any questions.
I've been seeing a lot in the paper about the state is going to, they've hired a college in Hillsdale College that's going to do 50 to 100 private schools.
Charter school. Yeah.
Do you think that's charter schools? Do you think that will affect our budget?
I don't think it will. I was talking to Mr. Meade just a minute ago, and you know, Anderson County Schools offers anything a private school offers, and we do a pretty good job at it. And charter schools mostly come into places where schools are underperforming. They've got a lot of students that are in need, and we've got one of the best special ed programs in the state, and especially with what we do with mental health. So I don't see it from us. They could always come in and open a school up, but the one thing about it is they need a building to do it with, and we have no buildings that are under 50% utilized. We're adding on to our buildings, so they would have to find a place in Anderson County, and good luck finding any place to rent in Anderson County right now. So I'm confident that what we're doing is the best thing for our students.
And you can't answer this, and it'd take you a week to answer this, but one of the things that concerns me, the state legislature seems to want to tell our teachers and instructors what they can teach and what they can't teach.
Yes.
And I'm opposed to that. I don't think people in Nashville need to tell people in Anderson County what these people have been teaching 20, 30, 15 years and so on. I don't think we need them to dictate our curriculum.
The one thing I will say on that is Clinton High School has a rich history of segregation, and being the first segregated high school in the South. It happened. There's a memorial up on the hill that said it happened. We teach it like it happened, and that's what we're going to do. And the state's job is to do the standards, and I hope they leave the teaching up to the professionals.
Thank you.
Commissioner Isbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Barrett, I just want to say thank you for all the support that you're giving the Rocky Top Collaborative on the homeless issue that we're having. We've had a couple of meetings now that Attorney General Dave Clark put together, and everyone you send from the elementary school and the middle school and the outreach people, I mean, it's great. I think we're really making some strides there. We come up with some good game plans. There's a future there in helping to combat homelessness with everybody that shows up. We had, 28 people the first time, and it was all from different groups. So, I mean, it's just a great effort, and I really appreciate what you're doing because they have a lot of input, because they know exactly what goes on with the children, the things, where they live in the motels and they're living with their grandparents and dealing with that, because that's where we got to start attacking it. I just want to say thank you.
Yeah, people don't realize we have over 70 homeless students right now.
Also, everybody I talked to have been pleased that the board extended your contract 4 more years.
Well,
And
I'm
all
pleased
for
with that too, so I'll try my best not to get in trouble.
Commissioner McCamey.
Dr. Perry, you touched on it just a little, but this new plan that the governor has to replace the BEP.
Yes.
Is your board and you in favor of that? I mean, do you
Yes,
support it?
it will be, we don't know what the numbers are, but when you put $1 billion into education, and that's what the governor has said, if they go to this new program, he'll put that extra $1 billion in there, and it can mean as much as around $5 million extra dollars for us. So what that will do, one of the things we need to do is our lower grades, and we've been using ESSER money to do this, is to lower that student-teacher ratio in K1 and 2 down to about 15-1 to really and truly get that foundation a lot better, and that will allow us to keep doing that. It'll also allow us to make sure is once again this ESSER funds run out, it will allow us to keep nurses in schools and everything like that. So yeah, I think it's a good thing. I think that there's still some unanswered questions. I'm going to a state meeting tomorrow afternoon in Nashville. We'll be there Wednesday and Thursday, and with the commissioner and the governor. So we'll hear a lot more of that, and I'll bring a report back next month for you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fritz.
I guess tonight's my raise kick and everything, but I know the people wanting living wages is great. I mean, it's about time we did something about raising the minimum wage and things of that nature. But teachers, they have to have more or less a master's degree or higher anymore. It's basically almost required to do it, and they have to continue doing their education and things of that nature. And a lot of your teachers are paid somewhere in the $30,000 range and something. Is any of this new money that we're getting from the state is going to help adjust teachers' salaries, help them be more competitive so we don't lose teachers going to other counties and stuff? Because I know you probably continue to lose teachers to higher paying school systems and things.
In the budget, in the governor's budget this year is $125 million for raises, and we've looked at that. It will equate to about 2%. But no, we are looking at some of that money to be used to offset those wages. One of the things the board did last month, they've been working on a new salary schedule. Where we are hurting is our classified people, our custodians, even our maintenance people. You know, when you think about our top pay for a maintenance person, a certified plumber or a certified electrician was $18 an hour, and they can go anywhere and make $30 an hour. So they're looking at adjusting them through our regular budget. But no, I think that a big portion of that new money will need to go towards salaries. And I think the one thing that is great in Anderson County is that you all fund the school systems well. Some counties, when you look at the maintenance of effort, they're just barely above the state minimum. And you all fund us great, and I really appreciate it. And I hope that we do a great job using those funds wisely.
Commissioner Creasy.
I didn't realize I pushed it.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Wandell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to expound a little bit on our meeting with Jeff Lash, the CEO of TVA, and he obviously knows Mayor Frank, and her relationships that she has will be important to go forward, specifically with UT and ORNL. And but I want to share with you, Mr. Chairman and Mayor and the board here, is this purpose of the meeting was just genuinely to let the director of schools meet with the CEO, and it was really intriguing to sit and watch this interaction between them both. I didn't know what to expect, but I can tell you this: after Dr. Parrott said he'd like to build a new school, it wasn't until he said a STEM school that the CEO's eyes lit up, and he just became overjoyed. And he started offering to assist, and that's when we spoke about Mayor Frank and her connection. She's already been talking with Mr. Boyd and some others that she has. And so I guess what I want to say, I'm very proud of your representation of our county, our school system. I know you're going to pass that thing all the way down and across the board to everyone, and that's what I love about you. I'm glad you've been extended 4 years. I was happy to see that. I was worried that you might be leaving sometime soon, so at least you're on the hook for another 4, which I'm glad to see. So I guess, Dr. Parrott, what I'd like to ask is the next steps. Obviously, you said the school board approved the moving ahead with a school in Claxton, and I'd like to have, obviously, Commissioner Fritz at the next meeting. I don't know if we'll do a workshop. I'd like to have the mayor there for sure, and anyone that wants to attend, but I'd like to see where they're at and how we can move forward. Another thing that came out of the discussion is, we're talking about putting it over on the property that we're going to store the ash on New Henderson, Commissioner Fritz, and he couldn't really make a commitment because TDEC hasn't made a commitment yet, so that property's still in limbo. But we went ahead and went another step further. We said, well, let's just assume that property's going to be taken. You have other property in our district that we'd like you to take a look at. So he made a commitment to take a look at other properties in Claxton region that might be a suitable location, should that location not work out. So I'd like to have a meeting or just follow your next lead.
Yeah, when we met with Chuck Grant today with MBI, what we got from him is we wanted some kind of preliminary drawings, and we wanted to know an acreage, because that's what Mr. Flash, he asked about acreage. So we're trying to get that down and trying to get some of those things up. And my thing is, just like we met on Norris Middle School today, sometimes and I understand why things happen, but sometimes we look back, it was just like when we built Grand Oaks. We didn't build a full gym there, and then we had to go back, and it took us years to fix that. We want to make sure we do that correctly, so I want to make sure that it's not just we don't want to just build a minimal school. We want to build a great school. So that's why I'm looking to find out how much acreage, and then find out how many square feet we need and things like that, and then we'll try to move forward with that. So I'll let you all know on that. Sometimes it costs you a whole lot more to do things 5 years down the road than it would be to just fix it and do it right the first time.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, just I won't spend too much time, and I'd like for us, and I'm sure Commissioner McCamey's probably already got it in the back of his mind, to bring the Dragons up sometime and recognize them. But as you're talking about the Dragons and talking about the schools, I mean, the girls' school, of course, Mayor Burton's daughter was phenomenal.
Yes.
She was up for a state award back in Miss Basketball. But as you're talking, I can't help but think about the whole county, and volleyball, Anderson County went to the state again. Then we got Oak Ridge. It's always competing well. So we're a pretty good sports area here in Anderson County, and I'm happy with everyone that's around. And football is coming up. Looking forward to that. But I just want to get Commissioner McCamey out. He usually takes the lead on that, so I'm just waiting for him to make a decision on when we're going to recognize them and bring them in. I'd like to do that, and I'd like to get the girls come in. And I'd also like to have the volleyball girls come in. I mean, I don't think we did anything here for them from Anderson County. They certainly deserve it. So
The board is going to do a resolution for the boys at the next board meeting. We're working on that right now. We had one of our board members, Teresa, asked to do that, so we'll work with that. So, you have any other question or anything? All of you pretty much have my home phone number, so just call me. I have it all the time. I was in Mexico and I got calls, so I'll at least take your call in Tennessee.
Did everything go well at the Planning Commission today?
They put it off, so I've asked Jay to look into some things to figure out whose jurisdiction that is.
Okay.
So. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Frank.
Good evening, Commissioners. I will be short and sweet. I only have 2 action items: the appointment of Mr. John Cruz to fill the unexpired term of retiring member Earl Cagle to the Conservation Board, term expiring 12/22, and then Misty Williams to the Community Action Commission Board.
Got a motion by Commissioner Meredith to approve both, seconded by Commissioner Denenberg. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, now we got Law Director Jay Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you, and I'm not going to be as short as the mayor tonight. I'm sorry. You may get your fill of me. Moving to my written report, and any questions on the contract approvals? I will give you an update. Last month, you approved the contract for Village Way up in Arcadian Springs, and Gary has completed all the work now. So that kind of shocked me, but he's ready to take that into the county road system. He's already sent over his annual county road list to Robbie today. That only has to be spread upon the minutes. There's no approval to that. If you want to take Village Way into the county road system tonight, you need to add it to the agenda. Otherwise, we'll just put it off until next month. But the county road list is so important to the county highway department and planning and zoning. That has been spread upon the minutes, or will shortly. But what's your desire on Village Way tonight? You want to add it to the agenda or take it up next month?
Motion by Commissioner McCamey, add that to the
To
agenda.
add it to the agenda and
Second by
approve-
Commissioner
approve
Wendell.
it
Any
tonight.
discussion?
Is it time sensitive in any way?
Well, we signed that contract saying that we would take it in once it meets Gary's standards, and he has jumped out there and grabbed that work and taken care of it in less than a month. So it's ready to go, and Gary, you recommend taking it in? So he's ready to go with it. It's up to you.
Okay, all those in favor of adding it to the law director's report on the agenda? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes.
Okay, you want to take it up now? Okay, I need a motion to approve Village Way as a county road and add it to the county road list.
that was my motion.
Got a motion by Commissioner McCamey, seconded by Commissioner Wendell to take Village Way in and add it to the county list. I guess we need to go to the board for this one.
It
Let's
has.
go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
I really appreciate all of you. It's been a long road. It started in 2001, and we've learned a lot from this project, but we couldn't have done it without this body. Couldn't have done it without the mayor, certainly Gary. And Josh and Denver have been all over this issue, but I think you'll be pleased with it if you're up that area. Take a look at Village Way now. That's the main entrance into Arcadian Springs, and I hope all the residents of Arcadian Springs are happy with that road, but thank you. No questions on the contract approvals? We've got a new lawsuit, and there was a little bit of a problem with getting this in my report. When Annette tried to add almost 200 pages to the county commission report to you, the agenda, it wouldn't fit. So she added it under the county website, under law director documents. I don't think hardly any of you saw it. Well, I tried to straighten that out and send you an email last night about 8:30, and it was so large it kicked back about a dozen county commissioners. But this lawsuit is another opioid lawsuit, and it is against several area businesses. Some have a presence in Anderson County, and most of them have a presence in this region. The lawsuit has been filed, and I think some of y'all have not seen this, but let me tell you, it's filed in Sevier County, and on March 11th of this year, Anderson County is a plaintiff. These are the plaintiffs: Bledsoe County, Bradley County, Claiborne County, Cott County, Franklin County, Granger County, Grundy County, Knox County, Loudoun County, Marion County, McMinn County, Meigs County, Monroe County, Polk County, Ray County, Roane County, Sequatchie County, Sevier County, Union County, and the city of Knoxville and town of Rutledge. This was filed by our, this month, County Commission approved a fee arrangement with a law firm named Stranch and Brandstetter Jennings out of Nashville to represent us in the global opioid lawsuit. That one is the one I brought to you. They also helped with a bankruptcy. I went back and when I got this lawsuit, I had no problems with the legal reasoning. The fact-based is great. It's footnoted. It's well-written. There's no doubt about it. But I went back and looked at our fee arrangement letter, and the only thing we signed up for, and I remember this discussion that they would come back if there's additional cases to be filed. They didn't. The only one that they were approved to handle was that Campbell County case that was, I think, originally filed by the DAs under the Drug Dealer Liability Act. So if you choose to enter into this, and I think we need to approve that lawsuit individually, because I don't think the fee arrangement gave them authority to file that lawsuit on our behalf. If you choose not to be a plaintiff, they'll need to amend that lawsuit and take Anderson County out as a plaintiff. And again, I don't think there's any problem with the underlying issue of the lawsuit, and if you look at it, you'll see it's very well drafted. But let me read you some of the defendants in this case so you'll know. Bearden Healthcare, that's a pain management clinic in Knoxville, CVS Pharmacy, CVS Distributors, LLC, CVS Indiana, CVS Tennessee, Endo Health Solutions, Endo Pharmaceuticals, estate of Frank McNeil, I think he was an owner in a pain management clinic, Food City, KVAT Food Stores, Janet McNeil, McKinney and Company, Washington, D.C., Morrison Dixon Pharmaceuticals, Par Pharmaceuticals, Par again, Rite Aid, Rite Aid of Tennessee, Rite Aid of Maryland, and Teva Pharmaceuticals and Walgreens. They are all implicated in this large opioid lawsuit, and it's up to you whether or not you want to enter into it, but I believe it's best to vote on it. Now, I spoke with the mayor about this, and the mayor does have some comments. Do you want to make those now, Terry, or you want? Sure. It's up to you, but we do need to approve this one way or the other, or disapprove it. Any questions on this issue?
Commissioner Fritz.
I just reckon I have one question, especially with the opioid issue. I know the biggest problem is the doctors and stuff out there who are constantly writing the prescriptions to get rid of it. I mean, to me, that's the major issue. But
I think they've captured a couple of those defendants in this lawsuit.
The pharmacies, in my opinion, I mean, they're just filling a legal prescription that comes to them.
Well,
I have a hard time understanding why.
It's more than that. You probably need to take time. We can put this off to next month and read that lawsuit. There's a lot of allegations in that lawsuit. It's specifically about a food city in Knoxville that was part of a larger plan, according to this lawsuit, to distribute opioids. In fact, they have some numbers there as this is one of the largest opioid distributors in the nation. There's some stats that are just incredible. You may want to look at it. If you want to put this decision off for a month, you may, but amending a lawsuit after a certain amount of time goes by, you have to have permission of the court. And next month, we'll be outside that time limit. We'll have to have permission of the court to take our name off of it. But anyway, it's a lot more than what you think, Commissioner Fritz.
I mean, to me, I just had an issue. I mean, I started looking at all the pharmacies, Walgreens and CVS, and I thought, you know, they're just filling prescriptions, you know.
It's some of the numbers are alarming. There's no doubt about it. Any questions on this case?
So the issue is they just included us as.
They've included us as part of this. Now, I also want to remind you that General Clark has signed this lawsuit, but he didn't sign it on behalf of Anderson County Commission. He signed it. It's on the copy that you've got, and so I feel real comfortable if General Clark has looked at it and he signed off on it as an attorney of record. It's probably a pretty valid lawsuit. Any additional questions?
Mayor Frank.
Mayor, yeah.
So I personally would like us to wait 30 days to have some conversations about the fees and the percentage. So if you look, and I did not have time to read, I know that I was one of those where it didn't come through, and so I got it late. But if you look under declaratory relief and all other remedies and relief available under law, they're demanding $25 billion. Now, I know lawyers, attorneys do that. They claim the high end of the damages. But under the prior fee agreement that we entered into with Branstad or Stranch, it is attorneys will be entitled to 25% of total recovery plus cost advanced in the litigation. And so just these lawsuits against the opioid distributors and manufacturers are very complicated, and I'm not going to pretend to understand all of it and be able to untangle it. But so when we were dealing with Purdue and the others, when you get a lot of lawsuits, what will happen is you will get, one of the courts will say, okay, we're not going to hear each and every one of these. We're going to bundle these cases. We're going to put them together. In those particular cases, there were agreements made, okay, we're going to set aside a fund that will have attorney fees that will come out of that fund. And then we'll distribute to the counties and the municipalities the damages or the payments. And so my 20-minute look at this, I know that the state AG has also filed suit against Food City and a lot of the folks that are on that list. I would like to have a conversation with Branstad, Stranch, because if I guess just to put it in plain terms, why would we sign up with another attorney and take a 25% haircut to give to their attorneys if we have folks that are already litigating in the state AG's office on behalf of Anderson County, if that makes sense? But maybe these are completely, I mean, I know there's different legal angles, and maybe this is a different legal angle, but just to make sure that we get the best deal for the citizens in terms of money coming back to our community, I think it would be good to have a conversation and maybe even negotiate that. Maybe it makes sense to do a couple. Maybe there's some areas where there isn't crossover, but I think we need to have a conversation with them. And because one of the other things in this agreement says the plaintiffs demand a trial by jury on all issues, and they have underlined, except attorneys' fees and costs. So everything else is on the table, our damages that come to Anderson County or to Knox County, but their attorneys' fees aren't on the table. So I think it would make sense, and maybe you don't want to do that, but I would recommend that we have a conversation with them about what those fees are and what the share is. I mean, I think it would be valuable and educational, and they might be willing to work with us and negotiate that down, or maybe they have something else in mind. I don't know. Those are my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. There is, you may recall this when General Clark spoke, the DAs kind of separated themselves from the Attorney General in that lawsuit, and one of the big issues was the belief was that the Attorney General was filing these suits that are similar. The state would receive all the money, and it wouldn't be split among the counties. I don't know if that's a fact or not, but that was one of the reasons that, you remember this law firm came to us, I think, at least 3 or 4 times to meetings, that they were going to represent us independently. But anyway, I have no problem at all waiting on this if you so desire, so you can digest this. But and again, the fees on this, we do have a fee arrangement for 25% plus cost, but it doesn't specify this particular lawsuit. It talks about a Campbell County case, which was the or I believe the original DA's lawsuit. But anyway, what's your desire on this matter?
I've got a motion by Commissioner Denenberg.
Mr. Chairman, I had made my motion pretty much based on the information that General Clark had given us originally. And I do recall, as Law Director Yeager has just pointed out, that one of the things that General Clark had said was that there were issues with the State Attorney General, the lawsuits that they were bringing, and quite frankly, I trust him, General Clark. I feel that he certainly has the best interest of Anderson County at heart. And if it's a situation that we do wait, and then there are issues of taking our name out of it, I would not be in favor of that. If we need to go ahead and move forward, let's move forward, and that's my motion.
Second by Commissioner Mead, do you have a comment?
Yeah, and the further comment, not only the General Clark signing on to this particular suit, I also, as I went down through the list of all the different counties and cities and such that are involved in this, everyone that's on that's gonna get the same deal. We're not gonna be able to negotiate some different deal.
No.
I mean, whatever the deal is on that thing is what everyone's gonna get. So we're not gonna be able to change that. And if we wait, we may be, I just think we just need to move ahead and make it clear that we're part of this, such that we can't be, for administrative reasons, just removed. I don't see why they couldn't do that. I mean, if the law firm says, hey, look, we noticed, our contract with you doesn't cover this. I can't imagine that they couldn't say, your contract doesn't cover this. And if we go ahead and fulfill at least the intent of that contract, then they'll feel obligated to go along and have us part of it, because it isn't gonna change really what they make. So why not go ahead?
I would ask
I'm in favor
them,
of moving ahead with it.
good points,
I
but
again agree with General Clark,
good
and
points.
I don't see that, there's nothing we can do to change the deal. We're either gonna be involved or we're not, because they're in no position to have to negotiate that at all, I don't think.
Good points, but I will ask them, no matter what, if you decide to move forward, I want to get a new fee arrangement letter in place. Bring that back to you for approval. There's no doubt about that.
Well, that's still important to do.
Yes.
Because that has to be absolutely clear. But I guarantee you, they're gonna take a copy of one of the other ones.
Oh, of course.
And it's
Probably the same one, they'll just change the case.
Yeah, they'll just change the.
But I don't know that, speculation. Any other comments or questions on this case?
Commissioner Isbell.
Yes, Jay. When is the deadline for that? You say 30 days?
30 days.
Okay. Well, I've got all kinds of questions for the general. If we could bring him to operations and speak and ask and then do a vote on it, because, this is a very important vote.
Yes, sir.
And I can see Commissioner Mead, Commissioner Denenberg's point, but I also consider what the mayor is saying too, and there's questions I'd like to ask, the general.
Sure.
I mean, if there's any way that we could, get him to a meeting and then have time to vote on it. so
I'm sure he'd
we'll
be
make
glad to oblige us.
a decision.
He's always willing to come speak with county commissioner or any committee.
Yeah, he is. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Denenberg?
Clarification. You had said that, at least my understanding was, if we wait, then there might be an issue as far as the name being removed.
Oh, we'll have
From
to
the
ask
lawsuit?
permission of the court to amend the lawsuit. That would be deleting our name as a plaintiff.
And if we wait, then there would be an issue?
Would have,
The time-
you
the
don't
time
have
frame?
to ask permission from the court during that initial time period, but after that expires, you have to ask permission from the court. Now, it's freely granted. I want to tell you that. It's usually not rejected.
Right.
But especially in a case like this where somebody wants to remove themselves as a plaintiff on the matter. But again, the points that Commissioner Mead made could be valid. The law firm will just say, hey, we don't want to represent you, and move on. Get your own attorney.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Is,
Commissioner Smallridge?
so this 30-day, is that the timeframe?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was filed on the 11th, so that'll be the next county
We still have
commissioner.
time after, if General Clark came and talked to us, there'd still be time to make any whatever decision
Yeah, we could make that decision, but we'd have to ask permission from the court to do that.
and you say that's normally granted?
Yes, sir. It's normally granted, but the repercussions of that is something that I don't know. Will this law firm say, look, we're going to do this for you, or we're going to continue to represent you in this matter, or whatever? I would hope they'd say, okay, we're going to put together a new fee arrangement for this particular case, and we'll move forward. If you disapprove this lawsuit, then we'll be glad to take your name off of it.
Commissioner McCamey?
I don't have anything right now. He said it was filed on the 11th. I was going to come up with something, but not.
I don't think there's anything underhanded, believe me on this. I think they're straight up, they're a very professional law firm, well-respected, well-known for class action type cases, mass torts. I believe it was just an error on their part thinking that we had signed on to this particular lawsuit also.
But the fee arrangement is not any different than it was in the other case?
I'd say all the clients have the same fee arrangement, the 25% plus cost. But again, we don't have a fee arrangement in this particular case at all with them. The one we have, and I've given you a copy, is for the Campbell County case, not this case.
And we agreed to that prior
Yes,
to
sir.
them filing?
Yes.
So they've added us in this case?
Yes, sir.
And it should be under the same arrangement?
Yes, it should
your
be.
opinion?
But it does, the fee arrangement, the engagement letter doesn't specify this case. That's what I'm bringing to your attention.
So possibly as a compromise, since they have already filed this, we agree to put our name on here with 0 fees. And that protects the county, and then they can come back and renegotiate. And that way, we're not de facto authorizing any percentage but we're committing to, yes, they can represent us in this litigation, but they're not entitled to a share until they come to the table and negotiate that.
Commissioner Isbell?
We'll be glad to do it that way too, Mayor. Thank you for the idea.
Well, that's a good point, because that really kind of takes care of the issues, you know, even when Dave Clark does come to operations, because right now, even a no vote, I mean, even if we didn't even vote on this, we're still included in the lawsuit right now.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I think all of you know General Clark. He's a very sound legal mind, one of the most brilliant people I've ever worked for. And I believe he's looked at every word of this lawsuit, knowing him. And if he's signed his name on it, he is signing that under Rule 11 sanctions. He's got a reasonable basis for this lawsuit. And I feel comfortable in that. My concern is we don't have a fee arrangement engagement letter for this case. That's my sole concern, not the validity of the lawsuit whatsoever. Any other questions or issues on this particular matter?
Commissioner Smallridge?
What's the likelihood that they'd be willing to renegotiate the fee?
It's hard to say. I've not had to deal with them on that. Usually mass tort or class action type lawsuits, they have a standard engagement letter. 25% plus cost is usually fairly standard. Some of them will ask 33, 35 plus cost. You never know, but they've got several plaintiffs here on this matter, and I think that's within range of what the normal agreement letter would state is 25. I don't know, but we'll certainly try. The mayor does a very good job of negotiations, and we may be able to get it a little bit cheaper, who knows, just because of their oversight.
One last question then, would it be likely that they would remove us from the lawsuit?
I would hope so, because it's really on them. They added it to us, added us to that lawsuit with really not a legal authority, a binding contract, an engagement letter that says we want to be a part of this. And I would think they would, but, you know, that's just on speculation and how law firms, professional law firms normally act.
Do you want to
Okay.
Do you think they would remove us?
Who, the court or the attorneys? I believe they would. They normally, again, this is a highly professional law firm that, this is not 2 or 3 guys. This is a very large law firm that's accustomed to dealing with them. These issues, large mass torts. I remember when they came in here, they talked about several different cases. They were actually one of the law firms that were in on the asbestos cases, all kinds of different cases. So they're well prepared, they're very professional, and I think if we ask them to remove our name from it, they would. Because they've signed as our attorney of record on this lawsuit.
But we really don't want to, we want them to remove us, right? We don't want them to remove us.
Again, I've told you, I think it's a very valid lawsuit. I think it's got great legal footing. I do have some questions about it, but I haven't done the research that these attorneys have. And again, I rely on General Clark, who I'm telling you, he's probably read every word of this, and if he signs his name to it, it's a good lawsuit. I've worked for the man. I've watched him work for 20 plus years, and I know how detailed he is. That says a lot to me. It might not to others, but
I guess
knows
my
what he's
point
doing.
is, we don't want to be removed from the lawsuit, right?
I wouldn't think so. Again, like I'm saying, it looks like a very valid lawsuit. I sent that to you. It's fact-based. It's well footnoted. They've got studies in here. They got statistics that well-documented lawsuit. It's you can tell they put it together and spent a lot of time on the research. It's not a fly-by-night law firm that just threw something together.
Again, and I'll be quiet.
No, that's okay. These are great questions.
Yeah, my question is, since we're asking them to renegotiate their fee, would that cause them to say, we're not going to bother with them, we're going to take them off the lawsuit?
Maybe some law firms, but I sort of believe this law firm wouldn't, simply because I think it was their oversight that said, okay, Anderson County's with us, and they probably thought their fee engagement letter covered this case, but it didn't. We only had the one that I sent you, that's signed by me and the mayor, and it was approved by county commission a year to this month ago.
Commissioner Meade.
So we have a legal firm, one of the best in the nation, with our own local attorney general agreeing with them, our law director telling us it's a very valid case with a very high potential to win.
Well, I don't think I said that,
Well,
the high
no,
potential to win.
That's the way I interpreted what you said. Okay.
I don't,
Better-
I wouldn't say that.
One was very good, the other were better, the other 2 were better than 50%. That sounds like, I mean, that's not a guarantee, okay? And when you go into court, you never know for sure how some judges are gonna
It's in
rule.
their engagement letter. It says that.
Yeah, okay. And so I think it comes down to, if in fact we don't negotiate some kind of a deal with them, which is likely to be exactly the same as all the other members of the suit, or that company could say, well, we don't accept that, we'll just take you off. And this is not a case that we think we're very likely would end up sharing a very substantial award.
Potentially, yes, sir.
I mean, if I was explaining this to my wife and I said, honey, here's a chance we really could end up with millions of dollars, but it might cost us a little part of that. So I don't think I think I want to get taken off this suit in spite of the fact that it looks like a pretty good chance of having a very substantial thing. Let's just not do it. I think I would have more discussion with my wife that night.
I'm sure that, Steve. You can rest assured that would happen with your wife. Anything else on this?
Commissioner Waddell.
There's, if I counted correctly, there's 22 plaintiffs on here.
Mhm.
They're not going to have them paying 25% plus cost and then let us off with 20 or 15% plus cost. That's not gonna happen. The question tonight needs to be, do we want to take the Attorney General's word for this and proceed forward or not? Or are we gonna put it off? We're not gonna be able to negotiate cost. So, I think we just need to vote.
That's a very good
I mean,
summation,
Commissioner
but we will have to get a new engagement letter. There's no-
I agree, but it's gonna be 25% plus
Yes,
cost.
I'd say you're right.
Right, absolutely.
But it never hurts to ask.
I get it.
Commissioner East. Did you want to get, or look, Macro?
So General Clark is not here tonight, and so I don't think, I'm not putting words in his mouth, and there is nothing that is sitting in front of us that says General Clark said. Branchstetter is a highly professional, we've heard touted law firm. I also sat in negotiations with them on behalf of local government as we were dealing with the other cases. It seems like Anderson County would have, for a firm that wants a $6 billion cut of $25 billion, that we would have an actual engagement letter sitting in front of us from this Nashville law firm, and that's all I'm asking for. We could keep the same negotiated rate. I signed the previous one, but if this is, I don't know, I would also like to know what other litigation is out there, and is this being filed because there's other litigation that's already active ongoing, and they just want to put in this suit to possibly get a cut of the fees. I mean, that is possible when you're looking at mass litigation like this against what is so obvious, which is the opioid abuse epidemic throughout Appalachia. And so this isn't, General Clark has done a great job. I don't know that this is truly his, that I think he would be here. He doesn't have a problem coming to commission. He comes to us many times. So I don't want to say that the questions I'm asking are anything about General Clark. This is another law firm, and it's not General Clark that's going to get 25%. I want to be clear. This is Branchstetter, and that's what I'm asking the question about. We really don't even know if it's 25%. We don't have an engagement letter. We don't have anything. And that's all I'm asking, is that we know what we're signing on for. And we're not reducing the amount of money that can go to our community to heal people, to treat people, to prevent, to address the epidemic, which is a very serious epidemic. And so that's all I'm asking. 25% of that level of funding is a lot of money and could make a lot of difference in people's lives. So that's, I don't want it to be construed that I distrust General Clark and I don't think this is a wise suit. I know all about this stuff. I'm just finishing a book right now. This is an important issue, but I also want us to get it right, and I think with all that staff, they could have gotten us an engagement letter and we would have known tonight. But we're finding out after the fact. So I don't think that's too out there.
Real quick, Mr. Chairman, even, it looks like this thing may pass tonight, but I still want to invite Dave Clark to come to operations to discuss this and tell us why we don't have an engagement letter and answer all those questions, even though if it does pass tonight. Thank you.
I'll be glad to invite him to operations. Is that where you want? And I don't know what he's going to say on the engagement letter. I but he probably is going to speculate just like I did. It was just an oversight. They didn't get the engagement letter to us. But I'll be glad to bring him to operations next month. Now, I do want to remind you that we have that Congressman Fleischman coming. We've also, the way I heard the language of that motion is that you want him in intergovernmental, and we could possibly alter the meeting date and time there.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Anything else here?
Commissioner McCain.
Well, I was trying to amend, but this button won't let me amend, I guess. But I was going to see if the maker of the motion and the second would go along with an amendment to make it, to approve it. And your motion is to approve, is that right?
Correct.
Subject to the county law director getting an engagement letter with the same as we had in the previous lawsuit.
Sounds like a good amendment to me, Commissioner.
Is that okay with?
Yeah, and it doesn't even really sound like an amendment to me, because I thought we were voting to get this document in place, and that's what makes it all happen.
It needs to be done.
So
though.
I
Thank you.
agree with the amendment,
Yes.
amended wording.
Should we call for the question?
Yeah, let's go to the board and vote.
Mr. Chairman, could you
Well-
I'd like to know what the motion is clearly.
The way I understood it, and correct me if I'm wrong, is to approve this lawsuit, subject to an engagement letter the county will get, and I'll bring it to you next month, because it is something I feel like you need to approve. You approve the first one.
So do we really need to vote on amending the motion, or is that just?
I think she made that part of
Good
her
with that?
motion.
That's just your motion, right? Okay, so
Yes.
we're good, okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Is that the way you got it,
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman?
that's- Yes. You good with that, Commissioner? Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I just, Mayor, do you feel more comfortable with that motion if it passes? I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I don't want you to feel like I'm,
Well, when I looked at the suit, it looks like a good suit, so I'm in total agreement with Jay on that. But I don't like us committing to a percentage of funds for what are damages for the people in this county until we see what we're voting on and see what that agreement is, no matter how great the case is. I mean, I think we need to see that. So this motion has you voting on the engagement letter next month, and I think that is a good motion myself.
okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, let's go to the board and vote. Commissioner James.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the conversation and the vote on that. If you would, though, if you get time, take a look at that lawsuit. It's very interesting. It's startling facts. It'll shake you up. I had no idea the opioid epidemic was this bad in this area, and so many players were involved in what appears to be a scheme or fraud. But anyway, take a look at it. You've also got the Carl Clifford Smith case. We'll talk about that later. You've got an order that's been signed by the judge. All right, next item I have for you is the resolution.
Yeah, I put it.
Yes, sir. I'm so
If in
sorry.
fact we find out there's an urgency that this thing has to be approved because this 11th, when it was started, we really have to the 11th next month.
I
And it
think
would
that
be-
goes on service, though, sir. Service on the defendants, on all defendants, though. I believe that's the correct rule there. But go ahead.
So if we don't have our meeting until later in the month and approve it then, it's still not an issue because we've kind of already agreed to it? But then I'm
Correct.
saying it's going to for
Correct. But
formal approval.
instead of
next
that
meeting.
time period running on filing, it runs on service on the defendant, is what I'm saying. So that gives us more time, in essence.
Okay, as long as we don't run into some deadline, because if we ran into a deadline that said, well, if you don't do it by this date, then you're out, we might want to have a
Even
special
though-
called meeting.
Like I said, amendments to lawsuits are freely given by the court, even when you have to ask permission from the court. Happens all the time. Okay, you ready to move on to a new issue? Okay, thank you. I'm on item F, resolution allowing inmate workers to provide cemetery maintenance. You have that resolution in front of you. I wanted to let you know a couple things about that. One, we had to use volunteer inmates, which I don't think we'll ever have a problem with at our jail. Our inmates love to work. They don't like to sit around, and we can't force them to do it, is my point. Now, under the workhouse, we can, but the workhouse board has to say this is an approved work project. At that point, you can force them. It's not needed here. Again, we have plenty of guys volunteering because they get work credits. And I added that. So the sheriff has looked at it, Chief Parker's looked at it. They're in line with it. The maker of the motion on this originally was Commissioner Isbell. I really like the idea, and as long as we can get some volunteer inmates out there, I think we're going to go a long way getting some of these lost, forgotten, and historic cemeteries back in line. But I wanted to let you know that little part about it. We'll only be using volunteer inmate labor, and also we put a provision in there where the inmates are entitled to work credits subject to the approval of the chief jailer. So that's in there also. Any questions on that? Yes, sir.
Is it true, say I'm in a lawsuit and my lawyer wins the suit, is a 33 1/3% usually go to the lawyer and I get the 2/3?
Yes, if that's what your fee arrangement letter says, and that's very common in tort cases, personal injury cases. That's where a lot of them are a third or more. But yes, that's very common, that kind of fee arrangement. But again, like the mayor was pointing out, it needs to be specified in the fee agreement, the engagement letter, what their cut is, if they're picking up cost, pre-litigation cost, or anything like that.
So we really don't know what the total percent is because we don't know, they're gonna charge, we don't know what they're charging for their office fees and everything else.
That's always a big variable. We know what their percentage of the award is based on the Campbell County agreement, and that's 25%. But when you throw that cost in there, a lot of people don't figure that in private lawsuits, and sometimes it's staggering. That could be travel expenses, meal expenses, copying, postage, a lot of filing fees, a lot of things go in that category. So that's a variable that's unknown.
Well, are we gonna know any more? Are we gonna get a number before we get to vote?
I thought we already voted on that, but you'll get a
No, I'm
number
talking
next
about-
month.
What?
You'll get a new fee arrangement letter next month, and it'll have that percentage in it.
The percentage of their cost plus the,
It won't have, their cost is a variable number. I don't think we'll
Well,
know
how-
until the end of
How is this
litigation.
gonna help us by waiting then? If we're not gonna know?
The point is, we need to get a new fee arrangement letter with them on this specific case. We don't have that. And that was the issue that I brought forward tonight, is we've got to get an updated engagement letter. That's like a
What
contract.
additional information will we have next month?
We'll have a new engagement letter to sign and pass.
But we won't have any more specific numbers.
Oh, you won't know that until the end of litigation. There's no way to
Well, then
know
why are
that.
we putting it off and going, if it's not voted, go ahead and vote?
We did vote.
We did vote.
We voted and passed. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm right. You voted and it passed, yeah. We'll bring it, I think you're confused on the part where I said I would bring back the new fee agreement next month for county commission to approve and sign.
Okay.
Okay, ready to move on?
Yeah, we're about this, we got
Okay.
a motion for the.
Cemetery.
This is the cemetery, yeah, motion and a second. Any discussion?
Is that part of the operations?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. Now let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. The next item I have is the turkey hunt resolution amendment. Last month you passed that, and we had set it up like we normally do for the deer hunt and past turkey hunts, where the mayor would draw a lottery. The National Wild Turkey Federation has asked that we amend that resolution to allow them to sanction this event and allow them to do all the procedures and processes and regulations and waivers, and that's great for me and the mayor. Otherwise, we've got to set up registration online, we've got to have a drawing, we've got to come by my office, sign a waiver, get their permission form, get their parking pass and all that. The National Wild Turkey Federation wants to do all that for us. I've amended that resolution. You have it in front of you tonight to allow them. The other part is you've got the specific date for the youth hunt in there and the specific date for the veterans hunt. We heard from Gary Clinton today, and he's thinking about there might be another day for the youth hunt in the future. So I just want to remind you, if it doesn't pan out this weekend, if they have no luck hunting turkey down there, then they may come back for an additional date, but that's no problem at all. Mayor, am I covering all the bases on that? But anyway, you have that in front of you. The National Wild Turkey Federation will run this event, and we don't have to get involved in it. They've done that before and done a very good job at it. Very well organized federation. Any questions on that?
Commissioner Denby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make sure that Nicole did not have a problem with them taking over.
Not a bit.
Didn't think so. Thank you, sir.
Okay, let's go to the board and vote. Commissioner Jameson. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, sir. An update on the bill allowing off-highway vehicles on highways in Oliver Springs. Thanks to Commissioner Meade, we've got hourly updates just about on this, but it's passed the Senate, looking for a vote in the House on the 24th.
Senate 31-0, and in the committee that passed it to the full House, it was unanimous vote.
Yes.
And so the odds of it not passing, I think it's 3 or 4 days it goes before the full House.
I would believe if you get a unanimous support from the Senate, it's going to pass the House. But I do want to thank Commissioner Meade. Not only did I write letters pursuant to your request, but Steve wrote a wonderful, I think, 2 letters on it and sent several emails.
I ended up sending 28 emails.
Incredible work.
Worded kind of the same, but it pointed
Great
towards each
points.
of the members of all the committees that we're going to vote on.
Well, thank you, sir. But anyway, that's won't be long before that's a reality. Next issue I have is consent to place a historical marker on the Poor Farm location. That was brought to our attention at operations by Leo York. I have drafted that letter. You have that letter. There's one issue that the mayor and myself have on that, is if this will, having that site as with an historical marker on it, will impede our ability to develop the recreational area, the educational area on the Blockhouse Valley. We don't think so. It's not like a National Historic Site or anything like that. It's just a historic marker from the state, but I promised the mayor I would check into that. I would like for you to approve this so I can get the packet on down to the Tennessee Historical Commission tomorrow, and I'll call early in the morning and find out if this will impede any actions we have to develop Blockhouse Valley in the future. But I don't think it will. Any questions on that?
Motion and a second. Commissioner Jameson, you have a question?
I'm not trying to amend it, I was trying to vote.
Oh, okay, okay.
Won't let me vote.
We're about ready to vote. Any discussion? Okay, real quick, Jay, on the Historical Commission, did we hear back anything on our the recommendations we sent to the commission for nominating people for like a certificate of merit or anything like that?
I haven't heard
We've
anything,
not
but
heard
I didn't
anything.
send that application in, but
Okay. Okay.
I can ask Ms. Wynn. She's the liaison. When I call her tomorrow, I'll ask her about that too.
Okay. All right, let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. One other item on that. If you get a chance, read the materials that Leo York put together. It's fascinating, the history of the Poor Farm. He's got all the deaths there, what the people did, what kind of revenue they brought in just to live on that property. He's got the original handwritten deed where the county acquired it, 395 acres in 1895, but some great history for Anderson County. Thank you. You asked for, Operations asked for a letter opposing Senate Bill 2077, House Bill 2246, prohibiting local restrictions of utility infrastructure. I talked to Chairman Isbell, and we thought it might be best just to do a resolution on that. You've got that resolution before you tonight for approval or disapproval.
Commissioner Wandale?
I was going to talk about the previous item.
Okay. Got a motion by Commissioner Jennenberg, seconded by Commissioner Fritz. Commissioner Meade.
Yeah, there was some fast going back for me and the law director, and there's a couple things about this bill that concern me. One is the Senate bill is sponsored by Senator Yeager, which stuff that he submits very seldom gets beaten, it seems like.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is the entire bill that it appears we're voting on is the Senate Bill 2077 has been amended, and it's one of those amendments that starts with delete all language after the enacting clause and substitute the following. So it completely rewrites it, completely does everything different. And then I was led to believe from reading the resolution that it basically eliminated all local authority. Yet it says right in the amended one that this section does, it's kind of like other laws they have in Tennessee code annotated that irritate me. It says this is illegal. Then it says however. And it gives you all the things where it isn't illegal. That's the way it is with firearms in Tennessee. It's illegal for anybody to have firearms. Just about, okay, and then they have all these laws talking about how you can do all these things. But anyhow, I mean, it says political division that owns or operates electric or natural gas system can promulgate necessary rules, local action, although it says that is state authorized ministerial in nature pertaining to land use, general applicability, other stuff, then local action affects facilities for the transmission, distribution, and collection, use of energy, local action requiring franchise of a political subdivision prior to providing electric or natural gas services within the jurisdiction boundaries of that political subdivision, local action to grant, deny, amend, or revoke franchise, to provide electric or natural gas services within their boundaries, a local action to establish, maintain, or enforce exclusive service areas for provision of electricity or natural gas services. It just, I mean, then it goes on. I've gone through about 2/3 of them, but it just seems that it is pretty broad, and so it's hard for me to say by reading this how much it really affects us. And there's part of me that says, doesn't this need to be kind of uniform across all these boundaries, so the state having kind of significant control makes sense to me. So it's hard for me to tell as of the original one, then it just gave the state complete authority over everything. You know, but then it wasn't even about the same subjects really as the one that ended up.
It was about a study.
Yeah.
A utility infrastructure study.
Yeah.
Is what it was about. We knew that. We talked about it at operations, and Chairman Isbell had the amendment, and that's what got us all concerned was the amendment language. And if you look at the resolution, the way it's written, it starts out, it talks about the caption bill and what it initially said, and then down about your third or fourth whereas clause, it talks about, however, the true intent of this bill is revealed by the amendment. And where we got the summary of the amendment is verbatim off the General Assembly website. That's the abstract. And what it's trying to do is it's trying to take away any of our powers on land use regulations, any permitting powers, any safety regulations. It says that explicitly. And that's pretty broad. We don't get involved in the granting of a utility franchise very, very rarely. I mean, it's not happened since I've been here. We've done a franchise on EMS, but all our utilities have been here for years. And so that's not going to come up. That's not something that is a threat. What is a threat is planning and zoning to these people. Setbacks, encroachment on private property rights. The way this bill is written, they can come in and put a transmission tower right behind your house. Okay, that's a problem. And you know, we fought this here with cell phone towers many a times, and but that's what it does. And I think it's pretty although they do have some stuff it doesn't apply to, but those are not regularly what we do here at County Commission. You don't see that very, very often at all. But, let's see. If you look at the resolution that I sent you, the abstract says, the original one, this is the placeholder, the caption bill, just allowed, it directs the Tennessee Department of Economic and Community Development to conduct a study of all current infrastructure of utilities. Doesn't sound that bad, does it? Well, that was taken away and substituted with this. And this is the abstract. Prohibits a political subdivision from restricting, prohibiting, or otherwise impairing the development and implementation of types of or sources of energy that may be used, delivered, converted, or supplied by specific entities, voids local action if action is or acts as a de facto prohibition of the siting or that siting of a tower or a plant or a substation. That's what they're talking about. Prohibition or impairment of construction, expansion, or maintenance of energy, industrial, related transportation infrastructure, regulation, enforcement of safety standards, industrial or related transportation infrastructure, or a prohibition or restriction on the ability of a distributor, retailer, wholesaler, or other energy or industrial infrastructure entity to exercise its rights related to the siting of energy infrastructure related industrial infrastructure. What is most important here is the word, two words, a moratorium in place, and the other one, a categorical prohibition. So that's what it does. And if you take time to read that bill, I've copied it as an exhibit to it. You can see exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to take away all local regulation of utilities through your land use planning and permitting. Take that away from local counties and municipalities. That's what it's about. Any questions on that bill?
Commissioner Isbell.
Just want to say you did a very, very good job in preparing that resolution, Jay.
Well, I appreciate it, but it's an issue that I think deserves attention. I appreciate you bringing it forward. I was unaware of it until that day, and as soon as it always bothers me, these caption bills, because it's almost like they're trying to pull the wool over your eyes, because they file this caption bill, you think it's no big deal at all, it's neutral, it's not going to affect Anderson County, you kind of blow by it, next thing you know, it's gutted and amended, and the real bill is put in, what they're trying to accomplish, and that's exactly what happened here. I'd rather them put it in to begin with, and just say, hey, you know, here's what we're trying to do. I think we'd all feel better about that, but I don't know. Senator Yeager is a great human. He is a wonderful senator. He's done a lot for this region, and he probably has some good rationale for this bill. And I would say a lot of it is concerned around, TVA has a very large lobbying organization here in the state. We've seen that numerous times. We've dealt with utility infrastructure before, and how hard it is even to change board seats before. We've dealt with that a couple of times. And the other thing is, I think there's a hint of national security on here. So anyway, but that's some of the things that came out of it when I studied this issue. Questions?
Well, yeah, this is, what I'm looking at is the actual amendment. Okay, I didn't even.
It's attached. It's attached to the resolution.
Okay, but all I found when I looked up further, there was amendments. I found this, it replaces the entire building.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, it has this long list of things that local government are allowed to do. That the section C does not apply to, under all these circumstances.
No,
There's 8 of them.
I agree with you. They are very rare for this body to address.
So what I'm saying now is, I think, having worked on this kind of thing before, what we need to do is there's some of this that's okay, but there's some of it we don't like. And we need to focus on that specific issues that we don't like the placing of large equipment. Because that kind of thing, I've seen cases where those kind of things, they fold a little on that and do another amendment. and see that, yeah, maybe that was too far. But if we just say we're just against the whole bill, which is not what you did, you said you had issues with it, but I just think that as we contact them individually, I would recommend that people do that, contact them, because individual letters that are addressed to the members of the committees and stuff, or to Senator Yeager for that matter, are handled pretty well if you just talk to them like, you know, hey, this is what our problem is.
I move to call the question.
Second.
Let's
So,
go board and vote.
yeah, we can go ahead. That's what I recommend. Thank you.
We're voting on the original motion then?
Yes. Okay.
Motion passes unanimously.
That's all I have. The one thing I wanted to point out to you, I had a couple of commissioners contact me on this Deborah and Michael Fetty case. You realize that when people file complaints, it's usually the most egregious language that a lawyer can put in there. As I've told you before, Chief Parker and his staff doing a tremendous job on record keeping up there, and as soon as we got the documentation, there's numerous false statements in that complaint. She wasn't denied a lot of the things that says she was denied in that lawsuit, and I want you to rest assured that jail staff does a fantastic job, and nothing's going to slip by Chief Parker. He does a wonderful job. Any questions on any of the material I had for you tonight?
I think we've got the 22-03-921 on it. We need to take that up.
I think which?
The Ukraine.
Oh, you put that under my report. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, that was added under the law director's report. Has everybody had a chance to read that Ukraine motion? I tried to stay away from any hostile adjectives or adverbs, and I don't think I'm missing I don't think I put Russia in there. But anyway, it's more for our concern about the Ukraine people and the humanitarian problem we have there with lack of electrical and hospital systems. I was kind of shocked that 80 ladies are set to deliver their babies this week with nowhere to go. So they've lost 10 million Ukrainians have been displaced from their homes. A lot of them have left the country. Over 2 million are in Poland. Some of them have gone to other countries. Some have gone to Russia. And some.
Not by choice.
Not by choice. I don't know. Some have crossed back over into Russia. They have family over there. But it's a very sad state of affairs for those folks, and it's just asking you to be aware, or asking our citizens to be aware of their plight and how their dignity and how their patriotism and their heroic efforts have been unnoticed, especially for a small county in East Tennessee, that we realize what they've done over there. Tremendous work facing death. But anyway, that's my spiel on the Ukrainian resolution, and Commissioner Denenberg asked for me to draft that. If you want to present that to County Commission, I appreciate you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Did you want me to read this at this point, or do you just want
Yeah,
to?
if you want to read it, do you have a question?
Oh, this one's something else.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
She's already said she may not get through this. So.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. My voice isn't with me too much. Anderson County, Tennessee Board of Commissioners Resolution Number 2203-921. Resolution honoring the citizens of Ukraine for their relentless and unyielding perseverance and heroic patriotism. Whereas the invasion of Ukraine started on February 24 of 2022, and many historians believe the war could be the largest in Europe since 1945, with verified civilian deaths over 925 and 1,459 civilian injuries as of March 20th. And whereas the Ukrainian parliament has confirmed 115 Ukrainian children have been killed and at least 140 more have been injured during the month-long war. And whereas estimates show that over 10 million people, more than a quarter of the total Ukrainian population, have now fled their homes in Ukraine due to the devastating impacts of this war. And whereas the relentless attacks on civilian infrastructure have sent more than 3.5 million refugees fleeing into neighboring nations, the vast majority of them to Poland. The rest of the displaced have migrated to other bordering countries or remain in Ukraine, seeking shelter in towns and cities that have yet to feel the full force of war. And whereas public infrastructure has also been destroyed, meaning thousands of people are without adequate water, heat, and electricity, or are unable to reach stores to buy basic necessities because roads and bridges are unpassable. Health facilities, including a maternity and children's hospital, have also been damaged during the invasion, with over 80 pregnant ladies scheduled to give birth this week alone with little or no medical resources available. And whereas the United Nations Humanitarian Agency, OCHA, project over 12 million Ukrainians are in need of urgent aid as the war fuels what has become the fastest growing refugee crisis in Europe. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Anderson County Board of Commissioners meeting in regular session this 21st day of March 2022, that we honor the remarkable people of Ukraine, excuse me, who in the face of death have demonstrated their resiliency, unyielding perseverance, and resolved patriotism to their home country. Be it further resolved that we ask all citizens of our county to remember these people in your thoughts and prayers, and if possible, support the many relief agencies struggling to find and distribute needed resources to the Ukrainian people. Resolved, duly passed and approved this 21st day of March 2022. Josh Anderson, Chair, Terry Frank, County Mayor, and Jeff Cole, County Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Chairman Isbell, do you have a question to me?
Yes, we was adding the resolution of support from County Commission for a Retail Project in
Yes, sir.
Rocky Top.
You'll send me some bullet points on that? Be glad to. Do you want a resolution on this issue? You mentioned something, time deadline?
Tomorrow at noon.
Okay, so you need to get approval from this body on a resolution that they don't know what's in it, unless you tell them now. And I'll need, the signatures of Josh, our mayor, and Jeff Cole, in order to get that done, but I'll be glad to do that for you, sir.
Simply, the language would be is that this body would, is in support of a retail development that would greatly increase the livelihood of the residents of Rocky Top and the outlying district.
Okay, you mentioned to me that there's a possibility of a grocery store going in there? No.
I can't say that. It's
Okay,
just a
but
retail
there's people wanting to bring business to Rocky
Yes.
Top. If you don't mind, shoot me an email, exactly the way you'd like me to set it up.
Okay.
And you realize what you're approving here is an unwritten resolution, and, but I'll bring it to you by noon tomorrow, or before, probably around 11.
Well, the chairman can look at it and, make sure, and the mayor, make sure they're okay with it.
Okay, and if you don't mind, if they have issues, I'll amend it on the fly then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we need to vote? We've got a
Yeah, let's
motion
go
and
ahead
a
and-
second. Any discussion? All
Is
right,
it basically saying we were supporting, we're not meeting funding or?
Right, no funding.
No funds committed or anything. Okay. Okay, let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Y'all very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, governmental.
must be against a little bit of extra business activity on there.
Committee and board reports, intergovernmental committee report. Pardon?
Again?
Oh, Phil, I'm sorry.
I need to take off item number 2, Information Technology Advisory Report. It was put on the agenda in error.
Table that.
Intergovernmental.
Intergovernmental Committee minutes, March 14, 2022, room 312. Members present, Catherine Denenberg, Tim Isbell, Bob Smallridge, Shane Val, Josh Anderson, and Tracy Wandell. Others were Terry Frank and Jay Yeager. Call to order. No citizens addressed the committee. Commissioner Wandell made a motion to allow the mayor and the law director to reapproach resolution number 2107876 and give the mayor full authority to contact congressional delegation, Tennessee General Assembly, and the Department of Energy to have that on record from this body. Seconded by Commissioner Val. Motion passed to forward to full commission for approval. Do we call for the motion now?
Motion by Commissioner Yeager, seconded by Commissioner Isbell. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Commissioner excuse me, Commissioner Smallridge made a motion to have a response back to this body within 90 days. Seconded by Commissioner Wandell. Motion passed.
Motion by Commissioner Yeager, seconded by Commissioner Isbell. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Commissioner Wandell made a motion to allow Jay Yeager to send an invitation to Congressman Fleischman to come to an intergovernmental committee meeting to discuss the American nuclear cleanup. Seconded by Commissioner Isbell. Motion passed to forward to full commission for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Yeager, seconded by Commissioner Isbell. Any discussion? Commissioner Wandell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly, Jay had mentioned some of these paperwork on American Nuclear, and there's a lot of great information in here, but I thought it was interesting. In 1962, they shut down the Poor Farm, and then American Nuclear followed its footsteps. Some of those that passed shutting down the Poor Farm back in the day, and obviously it was probably time for it. Mr. Meredith, James B. Meredith, Charles Wormsley, hear a lot of these names from some of my friends around this table, Everett Sharp, Clyde Smith. Just thought it was interesting. That's it.
Any other discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
There was no more, no new business, old business, and there was an adjournment. That is the committee, intergovernmental committee report.
Thank you. Operations report, Chairman Isbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner McCamey made a motion to approve resolution number 22-03-915 to establish program fees for activities and optional senior center programs. Seconded by Commissioner Yeager. Motion passed forward to full commission for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Yeager, seconded by Commissioner McCamey. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Commissioner Yeager made a motion to approve resolution number 22-03-916, authorizing the mayor to make application to the East Tennessee Human Resource Agency and Area Agency on Asian Disability to deliver senior center services and Title 3D services under the Older Americans Act, seconded by Commissioner Scott. Motion passed forward to full commission for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Yeager, seconded by Commissioner McCamey. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passed unanimously.
Commissioner Anderson made a motion to approve resolution number 22-03-917 to support a partnership for a contract between the State of Tennessee Department of Health and Anderson County Department of Health to establish an employee educational support program that provides approved county employee local health department employees with educational leave and tuition assistance for educational programs. Seconded by Commissioner Wandell. Motion passed forward to full commission for approval.
Motion by Commissioner McCamey, seconded by Commissioner Meredith. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passed unanimously.
Commissioner McCamey made a motion that we allow the mayor to negotiate with Comcast, seconded by Commissioner Meredith. Motion passed forward to full commission for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Yeager, seconded by Commissioner McCamey. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote.
That concludes everything that had been taken up under Jay's report of the Operations Committee.
Okay, do we need a motion to go into executive session? Yes, sir. Jay? All right, good.
Why don't we go ahead and do?
Make a motion to go into executive session.
A motion and a second. Let's go to the board and vote.
Yeah, what is it regarding?
Oh, yeah,
yes.
Motion passes unanimous, or, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm on autopilot after 9:45. Commissioner Fritz. 15 yes, 13 yes, 1 no. Motion passes. We'll give everybody a minute to, are we off the? About to be.
Yeah, we're gonna get here at 5:30.
Hey, I got to get up at 3 o'clock and go to work.
She's pretty close to it.
We're good? I think it's clear. Is that a, clear the board?
Is it ready for?
Yeah.
I want to make a motion to pay the judgment in full amount, as we had discussed on the case. Is that?
Plus interest, sir.
Yeah, plus interest, the full
Judgment
settlement,
amount.
the full judgment amount.
A motion by Commissioner Mead, seconded by Commissioner McCamey. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Eleven yes, 2 no. Motion passes. Have any other new business? Commissioner McCain.
Make a motion to authorize the county mayor and the county law director to pursue recovery of any amounts that we've had to pay. Is that broad enough?
Higher outside terms.
If that's what he, yeah.
Not just that.
Seconded by Commissioner Dennenberg. Any other discussion? Let's go to the board and vote.
But before we hire one, you're gonna bring us back options, correct?
Bring back the
Give it.
whatever.
Yes.
Contract and options.
Motion passes unanimously.
New bid?
Any new business? Any old business?
Nope.
All right. Well, when does double time start?